My name is Tom Harrison, and I'm telling you this story because it needs to be told, even though it still ties my stomach in knots just thinking about it. It happened back in 2018 when I was 38 years old, a time when my life felt pretty ordinary, a good kind of ordinary. I was a divorced dad living in a small house just outside the town of Havenwood, a place nestled right up against the dense, ancient forests of the Blackwood Mountains. Havenwood wasn't exactly remote, but it was certainly isolated, surrounded by miles of wilderness where cell service died quicker than a campfire in a rainstorm. I worked as a freelance graphic designer, which meant I spent most of my days cooped up in my home office, staring at a screen. My daughter Lily was 11 then, a vibrant, curious kid with a mop of bright red hair and a laugh that could make you forget any trouble you had. She lived primarily with her mother, Sarah, but spent every other weekend and long stretches of the summer with me. Those were the times I lived for, filling my quiet house with her energy, her questions, her endless desire to explore. This particular summer, though, things were a little different. Sarah had started a new job, a demanding one with unpredictable hours, and it meant Lily was spending almost the entire summer at my place. It was a dream come true for me, but it also meant I had to juggle my work with keeping a spirited 11-year-old entertained. Lily wasn't one for sitting still. She loved to read, draw, and build elaborate forts in the small woods behind my house, but her real passion was exploring the hiking trails that snaked into the Blackwood. I'd always been cautious about those trails. They were beautiful, but they were vast, winding, and unforgiving. People got lost out there, even experienced hikers. My rule was strict: we stick to the marked paths and we stick together, no exceptions, but as I look back now, I see where my own vulnerabilities played a part. I was a single dad trying to be both provider and playmate, and sometimes the exhaustion just got to me. That summer, Lily had a new obsession: the legendary Whispering Falls. It wasn't on any of the official park maps, just a local myth about a waterfall so secluded its roar was swallowed by the trees, leaving only a whisper. She'd heard about it from a school friend, a wild story about hidden paths and ancient trees. Every day it felt like she'd ask if we could try to find it. "Dad, please, just a little way off the main path, I promise. We'll be careful," she'd plead, her green eyes wide. I usually said no, too risky. But then one afternoon, work had been particularly brutal, a client changing their mind for the fifth time, pushing my deadline back even further. I was mentally fried, my patience thinner than usual. Lily, sensing my mood, decided to try a different tactic. She didn't ask, she just disappeared. I remember stepping out onto the back porch, stretching my stiff back when I noticed the silence. Too quiet. Lily's bike wasn't leaning against the shed. Her muddy hiking boots were gone from the mat. A chill, light at first, snaked down my spine. "Lily," I called out, my voice sounding weak in the sudden stillness of the afternoon. No answer. I walked to the edge of our property, where the neatly mown lawn gave way to the tangled undergrowth of the forest. There, tied to a low branch, was a small hand-drawn map on a piece of notebook paper. It was rudimentary, a childish scrawl of trees and arrows, but one word stood out, underlined twice in bright pink crayon: FALLS. My heart jumped, a frantic bird trapped in my chest. She'd gone. Alone, my rule broken, I felt a surge of anger, quickly swallowed by a wave of pure, cold fear. This wasn't like her to just take off. She usually at least left a note saying where she was going, not a cryptic treasure map. "Lily," I shouted louder this time, the sound swallowed almost immediately by the dense trees. The air, which had been warm and still just moments before, seemed to grow heavy, a strange, unnatural quiet descending. The leaves on the oak trees, usually rustling with the slightest breeze, hung motionless. Even the birds, which usually chattered incessantly in the late afternoon, seemed to have fallen silent. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath. And then faintly, from deep within the woods, I heard it, a sound that didn't belong. A distant, almost mournful, high-pitched whistle. It was too clear for the distance, too sharp, and it seemed to echo not like a bird, but like something deliberately trying to pierce the silence. It wasn't loud enough to define, but it was definitely there, a small, unsettling prickle at the back of my neck. That was the moment the dread began. That was the moment I knew, deep down, something was wrong. The dread was a cold, spreading stain in my chest. I didn't waste another second. The map, clutched in my trembling hand, became my only guide. "Lily," I roared again, a raw, desperate sound that felt utterly puny against the vast, silent wall of trees. My breath hitched in my throat. I couldn't afford to panic, not now. Lily needed me. I plunged into the woods, the undergrowth immediately snatching at my jeans and scraping my bare forearms. My sneakers, fine for the manicured trails, were ill-equipped for the tangled roots and slippery moss that carpeted the forest floor just a few yards from my property line. The transition from my neat lawn to the ancient, untamed wilderness was abrupt and jarring. It felt like stepping through a portal. The silence was the first thing that truly hit me, not just the absence of noise, but an active, suffocating hush. No chirping crickets, no rustling leaves, no distant hum of traffic from the main road. The forest had swallowed all sound, leaving only the frantic thump of my own heart in my ears. The air was heavy still, and carried a faint, earthy scent I couldn't quite place, something like damp soil and old, decaying leaves, but with an underlying sharpness like ozone after a lightning strike. Lily's map was crude but surprisingly effective for the first few hundred feet. It showed a path that wasn't really a path, more like a deer trail winding between massive oaks and towering pines. I recognized a few landmarks from her drawings, a particularly gnarled old stump, a fallen log covered in luminous green moss. Hope flickered, brief and fragile, that she was just playing an elaborate game, a misguided adventure. "Lily, this isn't funny," I yelled, my voice cracking. "Come on, sweetie, answer me." Only the trees answered, their silent disapproval a heavy weight. The light, which had been golden and warm just an hour ago, was already starting to fade, swallowed by the dense canopy above. Shadows stretched long and distorted, making every twisted branch look like a reaching claw, every fallen log a lurking shape. The familiar woods behind my house were transforming into something alien, something hostile. My mind raced, trying to reconstruct Lily's thought process. She must have believed she could find the falls and be back before I even noticed. That innocent, childish bravado combined with a summer of endless curiosity, but the map, the secrecy, it all felt off. Lily was a rule follower mostly. She pushed boundaries, but rarely shattered them like this. And that whistle. I pushed through a thicket of thorny bushes, ignoring the scratches on my skin. The ground sloped gently downwards here, leading deeper into a ravine. Lily's map had a squiggly line indicating a stream, and I could hear the faint gurgle of water now. Relief again, a tiny spark. If she was near the stream, she'd at least have water. "Lilybug, Daddy's here," I shouted, trying to inject a cheerful, reassuring tone into my voice despite the terror gnawing at my insides. Then I saw it, tucked beneath a cluster of ferns, almost hidden by a fallen branch, was a small, bright object. My heart leaped, then plummeted. It was one of Lily's hair ties, a vibrant red one with a small plastic butterfly charm. She rarely took them off. It wasn't just dropped, it looked like it had been snagged, perhaps pulled off by a branch. A chill wind seemed to whisper through the utterly still trees. This wasn't a game anymore. This was a trail marker, an accidental clue left by a child who was truly on her way somewhere, perhaps struggling a little. The realization hit me like a physical blow. She wasn't just hiding, she was lost, or worse. I knelt, picking up the hair tie, the butterfly charm cool against my skin. It was a tangible piece of her, a sliver of proof. My breath hitched. This was real. The stream was wider than I expected, its banks steep and muddy. Lily's map showed a crossing here, indicated by a crude drawing of stepping stones. I scanned the water, but the current looked strong and the stones were slick with algae. No sign of a careful crossing. Instead, further downstream, a series of footprints, small and distinct, were pressed into the soft mud along the bank. Lily's. They led directly into the water, then out on the other side, scrambling up the opposite bank. She hadn't used the stepping stones, she'd just waded right through. That wasn't like her. She hated getting her shoes wet. I stared at the footprints, a fresh wave of unease washing over me. Why would she do that? Was she in a hurry, scared, or was something guiding her? The thought was absurd, born of fear, but it clung to me. I plunged into the icy water, the current immediately trying to trip me. The cold was a shock, stealing my breath. I scrambled up the other side, my shoes squelching, my jeans clinging uncomfortably. The light was fading fast now, the shadows merging into an indistinct gloom. I pulled out my phone, a futile gesture, no service. A single bar flickering, then gone. I knew it would be useless, but the desperate act of checking still left me feeling utterly alone. My small flashlight, usually reserved for power outages, was clutched in my other hand, but I didn't dare turn it on yet. I wanted to save the battery. I relied on the last vestiges of twilight, straining my eyes to follow any sign of Lily's passage. The path grew steeper, leading upwards towards a ridge. The trees here were older, their trunks thicker, draped in hanging moss that looked like ancient beards. The air grew colder, and that peculiar, sharp, almost metallic scent was stronger. I felt a rising sense of claustrophobia, as if the forest was pressing in on me, the trees closing ranks, watching. And then I heard it again, that whistle, closer this time, not a bird, not a human. It was a single, sustained note, high-pitched and pure, cutting through the silence like a razor. It lasted for perhaps 5 seconds, then stopped abruptly, leaving an echoing hollowness in its wake. It wasn't coming from one direction, it seemed to shimmer from everywhere at once, a sound without origin, a phantom. My blood ran cold. This was not a lost hiker's distress signal. This was something else, something utterly unnatural. My legs wanted to run, to turn tail and flee this suffocating place, but the thought of Lily, alone in these woods, overridden that primal instinct. I pressed on, fueled by a terrifying cocktail of fear and paternal instinct. The map was becoming less helpful now, the lines blurred, the landmarks less distinct. It was as if Lily's childish drawing had run out of details for this deeper, more ancient part of the forest. Or perhaps she herself hadn't made it this far. The thought was a dagger to the gut. I reached the top of the ridge, my lungs burning, my muscles screaming. The last light was almost gone. The world was shades of gray and black. I pulled out my phone again, not for service, but to use its dim flashlight, knowing it wouldn't last long. The weak beam cut a pathetic swathe through the gloom, making the shadows dance, distorting the shapes of the trees into monstrous forms. "Lily," I yelled, my voice hoarse, ragged. "Lily, answer me." Silence, complete and absolute. My own breathing sounded impossibly loud. I kept walking, stumbling over roots, pushing aside low-hanging branches. My focus narrowed to the tiny circle of light my phone provided. My mind was a whirlwind of what-ifs. Had she fallen? Was she hurt? Was she scared? Was she running from something? The whistle echoed in my head, a chilling reminder of the unknown. Then, just beyond the edge of my phone's weak beam, I saw something, a faint, almost imperceptible glow. It wasn't the moon, which was still obscured by the dense canopy. It was a soft, pulsing light, a cool blue-green, nestled amongst the roots of an enormous ancient tree. It looked like bioluminescent moss, but far too bright, far too steady. And it was exactly where Lily's map had a large, underlined X. My heart pounded with a mixture of terror and morbid curiosity. The Whispering Falls wasn't supposed to glow. This was wrong, all wrong. I moved closer, drawn by an irresistible pull. The tree was immense, a behemoth whose roots seemed to writhe like giant snakes, plunging deep into the earth. The blue-green light emanated from a hollow at its base, a small, dark opening just big enough for a child to squeeze through. And there, partially obscured by a patch of glowing moss, was another one of Lily's things, her worn-out purple backpack lying abandoned. My breath caught in my throat. I stumbled forward, my legs suddenly weak. Lily, Lily, I dropped to my knees, shining my phone's light into the opening. It was a shallow recess, not a cave, just a dark hollow, empty but her backpack. I reached for it, my fingers trembling. It was surprisingly light. I unzipped it, my hope a dying ember. Empty, no water bottle, no snacks, no book, no anything. What had she been doing with an empty backpack? Why would she leave it, unless she hadn't left it willingly? A cold, clammy dread washed over me, far worse than anything I'd felt before. This wasn't just a lost child. This was something orchestrated, something sinister. The whistle, the unnatural silence, the glowing moss, the empty backpack, they all converged into a single, terrifying realization. Lily hadn't just gotten lost, she had been drawn here. I stood, my eyes scanning the surrounding gloom, a frantic animal caught in a trap. The air felt heavy, almost viscous, pressing down on me. The metallic scent was overpowering, now metallic and something else, something cloyingly sweet like decay and wild flowers. My flashlight flickered, then died. Darkness clamped down, absolute and disorienting. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum against the silence. I was alone, deep in the blackwood, with no light, no phone signal, and my daughter's empty backpack as the only proof she had been here. The glowing moss, a beacon of unnatural light, was now my only point of reference in the suffocating black. My mind, usually so rational, began to fray at the edges. I felt a distinct presence, not just the general creepiness of the woods at night, but a focused, chilling awareness that I was being watched. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. I spun around, blindly swinging my arms, stumbling over roots. "Who's there?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. "Lily, is that you?" No answer, only the mocking silence. I forced myself to breathe, to think. I couldn't afford to lose my head. Lily was out here. I had to find her. But how? My map was useless now. My phone was dead. I was utterly reliant on my senses, on some primal instinct. I reached out, feeling my way around the trunk of the massive, glowing tree. The bark was rough, covered in thick moss that felt strangely warm to the touch. The blue-green light was mesmerizing, pulsing with a slow, rhythmic beat like a giant, silent heart. It seemed to draw me in, to mesmerize me. I fought against it, forcing myself to look away, to focus on the overwhelming task at hand. I decided to circle the tree, hoping to find a path, another clue. My hands scraped against rough bark, then smooth rock, then a patch of something slimy. My foot slipped and I caught myself on a thorny bush, a sharp pain shooting through my palm. I barely registered it. As I rounded the back of the tree, the ground suddenly dropped away. I nearly fell into a chasm, catching myself just in time. The glowing moss didn't reach here. It was pitch black, a bottomless void. My stomach lurched. Then I heard it again, closer still. The high-pitched whistle, a single sustained note, but this time it was accompanied by something else, something impossibly faint, like a whisper carried on a non-existent breeze. It was too indistinct to make out words, but it felt like a voice, soft and alluring, calling from the depths of the chasm. My blood ran cold. This was the Whispering Falls. Not a waterfall of water, but a waterfall of sound, of whispers, and it was coming from that black abyss. "Lily," I called out, my voice trembling, "is that you, sweetie?" The whispering intensified, a chorus of faint, airy voices swirling and mingling like leaves caught in an eddy. They were too soft to comprehend, a babbling, unintelligible murmur, but the tone was unmistakable, inviting, soothing, hypnotic. And woven through them, like a thread of pure ice, was that incessant, high-pitched whistle. A terrifying realization dawned on me. This wasn't just a myth, it was real, and it was drawing things in, Lily. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed at my throat. I couldn't see anything in the chasm, not even the outline of the ground far below. It was a maw of pure darkness, but the sound, it was so compelling. Part of me, a primal, scared part, wanted to simply jump, to fall into that seductive murmur, to surrender to the strange, ethereal call. It felt like an instinct, not my own. I fought against it, gripping the rough bark of the glowing tree, my knuckles white. This was wrong. All of it was wrong. I had to resist. I had to save Lily. I pulled back from the edge, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. My eyes, now accustomed to the gloom, made out the faint outlines of the forest floor, illuminated by the otherworldly glow of the moss. I needed a light, a proper light. My mind scrambled, desperately searching for a solution. My car. It was probably a mile or two back, but it had a flashlight in the glove compartment. If I could just make it back, I could get a light, maybe even use the car horn to signal. But leaving the chasm, leaving the only place where I had found any trace of Lily, felt like abandonment. The whispers seemed to grow louder, more insistent, tugging at the edges of my sanity. I felt a pressure behind my eyes, a dull ache starting in my temples. It was like a psychological assault designed to disorient, to compel. I forced myself to turn away from the chasm, away from the seductive darkness. I had to think clearly. What would Lily do? She was smart, resourceful. She would leave a trail. She would try to get out. Or maybe she was still here, hiding, scared. I ran my hands along the glowing moss, hoping for a clue. It felt cool, slightly damp. The light pulsated steadily, almost hypnotically. I stared at it, trying to break its hold to focus. Then my fingers brushed against something hard, partially embedded in the moss. I pulled at it. It was a small, smooth stone about the size of my thumb, and etched into its surface, barely visible, was a small, crudely drawn star, Lily's signature. She always drew a star on her special rocks. My breath hitched. This wasn't just a rock, it was her rock. This meant she had been here at this very spot at the glowing tree. But where had she gone from here? The backpack was empty, suggesting she hadn't needed supplies or had them taken. And the chasm. I looked back at the abyss, the whispering now seeming to mock me, to tease me with its unintelligible promises. Had she gone into it? No, she couldn't have. Lily wouldn't just jump into a dark hole. She was curious, yes, but not reckless to that degree, not without a clear path or a reason. Unless she had been made to. The thought sent a fresh wave of terror through me, colder than the Blackwood spring water. Something was actively influencing her, drawing her deeper into this place. That whistle, those whispers, they weren't just ambient sounds, they were a lure. I held Lily's starrock tight in my hand, its coolness a small anchor in the rising tide of panic. I needed to move, I needed to act, but in which direction? Back towards the car or deeper into this nightmare? The whispers were growing stronger, forming into a strange, distorted harmony. I felt a distinct pull, a physical urge to step closer to the chasm, to lean over and peer into its depths. It was like a magnet drawing me in. My legs felt heavy, as if I were wading through thick mud. I closed my eyes, fighting against the overwhelming compulsion. Think, Tom, think. What did the map say about the falls? It was just a name, a legend. It didn't mention chasms or glowing trees or hypnotic whispers. I forced my eyes open, turning away from the chasm once more. I had to focus on the ground, on any further trace of Lily. The glowing moss, while disorienting, also provided the only light source. I began to crawl carefully around the base of the giant tree, away from the chasm, using the faint luminescence to guide my search. My fingers brushed against something metallic. I picked it up. It was a small silver locket, tarnished with age, hanging from a thin, delicate chain. It was an old piece, not something Lily owned. I'd never seen it before. My heart pounded. This was new. This wasn't Lily's. It was ancient, almost archaic. It had a strange, intricate symbol etched into its surface, a stylized spiral, intertwining with what looked like three tiny, elongated triangles. It felt cold, oddly heavy for its size. Where had this come from? Had Lily found it? Or had it been dropped by whoever or whatever had lured her here? The whispers from the chasm intensified, now accompanied by a low, guttural thrumming like a giant, distant heartbeat. It vibrated through the ground, up into my very bones. The air grew thick, stagnant, and the metallic, sweet scent was now sickeningly strong. I felt a growing pressure in my head, a dull ache that threatened to split my skull. I gripped the locket, the strange symbol burning into my memory. This was no ordinary forest. This was no ordinary search. My rational mind screamed for me to flee, to run back to Havenwood, to call the police, to alert anyone I could. But I couldn't. Not when Lily was out here, possibly in the grasp of whatever dark force inhabited this place. I had to be careful. I was deep in the heart of the Blackwood, far beyond help, armed with only a dead phone and a rising terror. The locket was a mystery, a new piece of a terrifying puzzle. I shoved it into my pocket along with Lily's starrock. I had to keep moving. I had to find her. The whispers were now a cacophony, filling my head, trying to pry open the doors of my sanity. I could almost make out faint words, promises of peace, of eternal rest, of wonders beyond human comprehension. It was a seductive song, weaving its way into the deepest parts of my mind. I closed my eyes again, fighting the urge to succumb. I pictured Lily's face, her bright red hair, her infectious laugh. That was my anchor. I repeated her name like a mantra, trying to drown out the insidious whispers. Lily, Lily, Lily. When I opened my eyes, the scene seemed to have shifted. The glowing moss was brighter, pulsing with a frantic rhythm, almost like it was agitated. The enormous tree seemed to sway, its ancient branches creaking like old bones. And the chasm, it seemed to have widened, the darkness within it deeper, more profound. And then I saw it. At the very edge of the chasm, where the glowing moss ended and the darkness began, there was a faint, shimmering outline. It looked like a door carved out of pure darkness. It wasn't a physical structure, more like a distortion in the air, a rippling void that seemed to absorb the faint light of the moss. The whispers coalesced, and for the first time I could discern a single word repeated over and over from the darkness beyond the shimmering door. Come. My heart stopped. This was it. This was where Lily had gone. This was the entrance to whatever lay beyond the whispering falls. My rational mind, or what was left of it, screamed in protest. This was impossible. This was a nightmare. But my eyes saw it, my ears heard it, and my daughter's abandoned backpack and Star Rock were proof of her passage. I felt a surge of adrenaline, cold and pure. I had to go in. There was no other choice. If Lily was in there, I had to follow. I took a shaky breath, the metallic sweet air burning my lungs. The whispers were now a deafening roar in my head, a chorus of ghostly voices beckoning me forward. The pressure in my skull intensified, a crushing weight. My legs felt like lead, but also strangely light, as if I were floating. I moved towards the shimmering door, each step a battle against a powerful, unseen force that both pushed and pulled me. The air grew colder, colder than any natural temperature I'd ever experienced. My vision started to blur at the edges, the world narrowing to that pulsing, shimmering void. As I reached the threshold, I felt a sudden, sharp pain, a searing agony that shot through my mind. It was like 1,000 needles piercing my brain, a silent scream that tore through my very being. I stumbled, clutching my head, trying to fight it off, but it was too powerful. It was like a memory, a traumatic event being forced into my consciousness, not my own, but utterly real. I saw flashes, a flickering fire, shadows dancing against cave walls, ancient symbols carved into stone. I heard primal screams, the clash of crude weapons, the smell of blood and burning wood. Faces, distorted and terrified, swam before my eyes, men and women, clad in furs, their eyes wide with a terror that mirrored my own. And in the midst of it all, a single glowing stone, pulsating with that same blue-green light, emanating a whisper that promised oblivion. The vision faded as quickly as it came, leaving me reeling, disoriented, clutching the ground for stability. My head throbbed, my ears rang, and a cold sweat plastered my clothes to my skin. What was that? A hallucination, a memory? Whose memory? I looked up, my eyes wide with renewed terror. The shimmering door still pulsed, still beckoned. But now it wasn't just a void. I could see faint outlines within it, shadowy forms moving, shifting, barely perceptible against the inky blackness. They seemed to writhe, to undulate like smoke in a windless room. And from one of these shadowy forms, a single clear whisper emerged, rising above the cacophony, piercing through the fog of my terror. It was soft, melodic, but utterly devoid of warmth. Your child awaits. The words weren't spoken in English, or any language I recognized, yet I understood them perfectly, as if they were thoughts implanted directly into my mind. They resonated deep within my soul, a terrifying affirmation. Lily was in there. My fear was absolute, but so was my resolve. I would face whatever monstrosity lay beyond that shimmering doorway. I would walk into hell itself if it meant finding my daughter. I pushed myself to my feet, my muscles screaming in protest, my mind a storm of fear and determination. I took a single, deliberate step forward, across the threshold into the shimmering void. The air immediately changed. It was colder, drier, utterly devoid of the rich, earthy smell of the forest. It smelled like nothing, like absolute emptiness, yet it was heavy, thick, pressing down on my chest. My vision flickered, the faint glow of the moss behind me winking out of existence as I passed through the shimmering plain. I was in absolute darkness, a darkness so profound it felt like a physical entity pressing in on all sides. It wasn't the darkness of a moonless night in the woods. It was a deeper, more ancient black, a void that swallowed all light, all sound, all hope. The whispers were gone, the whistle was gone. The only sound was the frantic thump of my own heart echoing in my ears, impossibly loud in the absolute silence. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. I was utterly blind, utterly alone, in a place beyond human comprehension. My mind reeled, trying to make sense of the impossible. Where was I? What was this place? It felt like another dimension, a pocket of reality tucked away within the blackwood, a place of pure, unadulterated wrongness. I stretched out my hands, blindly searching for something, anything, to orient myself. My fingers brushed against a cold, smooth surface. Rock, but it didn't feel like natural rock. It was too smooth, too even, like polished obsidian. It was slightly concave, curving inwards. I started to move, shuffling my feet forward, my hands trailing along the cold wall. The floor beneath my feet was also smooth, slippery. I felt as if I were walking on a giant, unlit sphere, slowly descending into an abyss. My sense of balance was completely off. Every step was a gamble. Then, faint, far in the distance, I saw a light. A tiny pinprick of light, not the blue-green glow of the moss, but a pure white light. It was impossibly far away, but it was there, a beacon in the suffocating darkness. My breath caught in my throat. Lily, could it be her? I started to move faster, scrambling forward, my heart filled with a renewed, desperate hope. The silence, which had been so absolute, was now subtly broken by a faint, rhythmic sound, a low, melodic hum that seemed to emanate from the direction of the distant light. It was gentle, almost soothing, yet carried an undercurrent of something deeply unsettling. As I moved closer, the humming grew louder, and the single white light resolved itself into multiple sources, not lights at all, but strange, glowing symbols hovering in the air. They were geometric, intricate, constantly shifting and reforming, casting a soft, ethereal glow on the dark, polished walls around them. The humming seemed to emanate from these symbols, a constant, low thrumming that resonated in my chest. And then I saw the floor. It wasn't just polished rock. It was covered in something else, something that reflected the strange light of the symbols. Liquid, a vast, still pool of black, glassy liquid reflecting the hovering symbols like stars in a night sky. It stretched as far as I could see, disappearing into the darkness like a subterranean lake. My blood ran cold. This wasn't a cave. This was something else entirely. The air was still heavy and carried no scent, no dust. It was an environment of unnatural perfection, and it terrified me more than the chaotic wilderness outside. The glowing symbols pulsed, and the humming intensified, now joined by a chorus of soft, ethereal voices like the whispers from the chasm, but clearer, more distinct. They weren't speaking words I understood, but the tone was unmistakable, a melancholic, ancient song of longing and despair. It was beautiful, haunting, and utterly soul-crushing. And then I saw her. Standing at the very center of the black lake, her back to me was Lily. She was perfectly still, her red hair a stark contrast against the dark liquid, shimmering faintly in the light of the symbols. She was wearing the same clothes she had been wearing when she disappeared. Her hands were clasped in front of her as if in prayer. She seemed completely unaware of my presence. Lily, I choked out, my voice raw, breaking the unearthly silence of this place. The name sounded shockingly loud, jarring. She didn't react, she remained perfectly still, a silent statue in the heart of this impossible cavern. I started to run, stumbling over the glassy floor, desperate to reach her. My shoes made no sound on the slick surface. It was as if sound itself was absorbed by this place. The symbols pulsed faster, the humming swelled, and the voices grew louder, their melancholic song filling the cavern, wrapping around me, trying to slow me down. As I got closer, I could see more detail. The lake wasn't just black liquid. It was a mirror, perfectly reflecting the glowing symbols above. And beneath Lily's feet, the surface of the liquid was undisturbed, as if she were standing on solid ground or floating. "Lily, it's Dad. Come on, sweetie, let's go," I pleaded, my voice cracking, tears streaming down my face. Still, she didn't move, not a flicker, not a turn of her head. It was chillingly unnatural. I was perhaps 20 feet from her now, the glowing symbols surrounding her, casting an eerie glow on her unmoving form. I could see the subtle rise and fall of her chest, a confirmation that she was breathing. She was alive, but something was terribly wrong. "Lily," I screamed, desperation lending power to my voice. This time she stirred. Slowly, as if waking from a deep sleep, she turned her head. Her eyes were open, wide, and glassy. They were her eyes, those beautiful green eyes that usually sparkled with mischief and curiosity, but now they were dull, vacant, utterly devoid of recognition or life. It was like looking into the eyes of a doll, and around her mouth, smeared faintly, was a dark, almost black substance like dried mud or something else. A cold, agonizing dread clamped down on my heart. This wasn't my daughter, not truly, or at least she wasn't herself. "Dad," her voice, it was her voice, yes, but it was flat, toneless, devoid of any emotion. It sounded distant, ethereal, like an echo in a vast empty space. "You came." The words sent a fresh shiver down my spine. "Yes, sweetie, I came for you. Let's go home." I took another step, then another, wading onto the edge of the black lake. My feet didn't sink. The surface was firm, unyielding, yet it shimmered like liquid. It was a bizarre, impossible sensation. As I got closer, the symbols intensified their glow, and the melancholic voices seemed to swell in warning. I could see Lily's face clearly now. Her lips were slightly parted, and her vacant eyes were fixed on something beyond me, not truly seeing me. And then I saw the substance on her lips more clearly. It wasn't mud. It was dark, almost black, and glistening faintly. It looked like the residue of something she had been eating. And then I noticed her hands. She was holding something. A small, dark stone, similar to the one I'd found, but larger and pulsating with a faint, blue-green light, much like the moss outside. But this one seemed to pulse in sync with the glowing symbols above and with the humming itself. And as I watched, she slowly, deliberately brought the stone to her lips. A wave of pure terror washed over me. "Lily, no, don't eat that." I lunged forward, my heart pounding, trying to reach her to snatch the stone away. But as I moved, the black lake beneath my feet rippled. Not a ripple of water, but a ripple of darkness, a distortion in its surface. And from within that ripple, something began to emerge. A shadow darker than the lake itself, coalescing, rising, its form indistinct but undeniably massive. The humming swelled to a deafening roar, the voices became a frantic, terrified chorus, and the glowing symbols above flashed wildly, casting grotesque, shifting shadows across the cavern. I froze, caught between the terrifying creature emerging from the lake and my daughter, who, with vacant eyes, was about to put that glowing stone into her mouth. The shadow fully emerged, massive and towering, blocking the light of the symbols. It wasn't a creature of flesh and blood, but a being of pure darkness, its form constantly shifting like smoke in a hurricane. It had no discernible features, no eyes, no mouth, just a vast, undulating presence that radiated an ancient, malevolent power. It was the source of the whispers, the whistle, the humming, the dread. It was the entity that had lured Lily here. It turned its form towards me, and though it had no eyes, I felt its gaze, a searing, icy probe into the deepest parts of my soul. A silent, crushing weight pressed down on me, stealing my breath, paralyzing my limbs. And then I heard a voice not in my ears but directly in my mind. It was the same voice that had said, "Your child awaits," but now it was a roar, a thunderous, ancient sound that vibrated through every cell of my being. "She is ours now, mortal." My blood ran cold, the monster had found me. Lily was in its grasp, and I was utterly, terrifyingly alone. The shadowy entity extended an ethereal tendril towards Lily, gently caressing her hair. Lily, still with that vacant look, began to slowly lift the glowing stone towards her lips again. "No," I screamed, finally breaking free of the paralysis, pure unadulterated rage giving me strength. I ignored the monstrous being, my focus entirely on Lily. I lunged, a primal scream tearing from my rage was a white-hot spear, piercing through the paralysis of fear. I lunged, a primal scream tearing from my throat, a sound that felt utterly puny against the silent, looming menace of the entity. My focus was Lily and only Lily. The black lake, which had been firm and unyielding a moment ago, now seemed to resist my movements, each step a struggle as if I were wading through liquid lead. The mournful humming intensified, a deafening chorus that seemed to vibrate not in the air but directly inside my skull. The glowing symbols pulsed violently, casting erratic, frantic light on the scene, making the shadows dance like malevolent specters. I was perhaps 10 feet from Lily, her hand, slow and deliberate, still bringing the glowing stone closer to her lips. The shadowy entity, a shifting mountain of darkness, loomed over her, its ethereal tendril still caressing her hair with a chilling, possessive gesture. It didn't react to my lunge with aggression, not yet. It simply observed, its unseen gaze boring into me, radiating an ancient contempt. "Lily, no, don't you dare," I roared, my voice raw, desperate. I pushed harder, my legs churning, my arms outstretched. The surface of the lake, which had felt solid, now seemed to ripple beneath me, subtly destabilizing my balance. It was an illusion, a trick of this place designed to impede. Just as my fingertips brushed against the hem of Lily's shirt, the shadowy tendril moved. It didn't strike me. Instead, it moved with impossible speed, subtly shifting Lily's body, causing her to pivot just enough so that my outstretched hand missed her by inches. The glowing stone, now almost touching her lips, shimmered with a malevolent blue-green light, mirroring the pulsing moss outside. "She is ours now, mortal," the entity's voice resonated in my mind again, a chilling echo that seemed to seep into my very bones. "She has chosen. Chosen my daughter, my 11-year-old daughter who loved fairy tales and hated getting her shoes wet, chosen to walk into a nightmare." The thought was an insult, a cruel twist of the knife. "She didn't choose anything," I screamed back, ignoring the mental assault, ignoring the impossible nature of my adversary. "You tricked her, you lured her." As I spoke, the entity's form seemed to solidify slightly, becoming denser, darker. From its vast, shifting body, 2 pinpricks of crimson light appeared, then expanded, swirling like nascent galaxies' eyes. Not eyes in any biological sense, but focal points of pure, concentrated malice, ancient beyond comprehension. And in those eyes, I saw not just contempt, but amusement. A cold, detached, horrifying amusement. Then Lily's lips parted further, the stone touched them. "No," I shrieked, a sound ripped from the deepest parts of my soul. I threw myself forward, a desperate, last-ditch effort. My hand slapped against her cheek. It wasn't a blow, just an open-palmed slap born of pure, desperate instinct, trying to shock her, to break whatever spell held her. The effect was instantaneous and terrifying. Lily gasped, a short, sharp intake of breath. The glowing stone fell from her numb fingers, splashing into the black lake with a barely audible plink. The crimson eyes of the entity narrowed, and for the first time I felt a tremor of something akin to anger emanate from it. Lily's head snapped towards me, her eyes still vacant, but now with a flicker of confusion, a ghost of her true self. Her hand went to her cheek, rubbing it slowly, deliberately. The dark substance smeared on her lips looked more like dried blood now, or something equally viscous and unnatural. "Dad," she whispered again, her voice still flat, but with a tiny, almost imperceptible tremor of recognition. It was enough, it was a crack in the wall. "Lilybug, it's me," I choked out, my voice thick with tears. "We have to go right now, you're not safe here." The entity, however, would not be denied. As if in response to Lily's flicker of awareness, a ripple of raw power surged from its shadowy form. The humming in my head became a piercing shriek, the glowing symbols flashed with blinding intensity, and the very air in the cavern crackled with malevolent energy. A guttural sound, like stones grinding together, emanated from the entity, its version of a growl. It was a sound of ancient fury, and it slammed into me with physical force, throwing me back off my feet onto the slick black surface of the lake. The impact rattled my bones, and my head struck the hard surface with a sickening thud. Stars exploded behind my eyes, and for a moment the world dissolved into pain and disorientation. When my vision cleared, I was lying on my back, gasping for breath, my head throbbing. Lily was still standing, but the shadowy entity was now directly between us, its form swelling, growing even larger, casting an impossibly deep darkness. Its crimson eyes, now burning with an infernal light, were fixed on me. "You defy us, mortal," its voice boomed in my mind, no longer a whisper but a crushing weight. "You dare to break the binding, your defiance is amusing." I scrambled to my hands and knees, shaking my head to clear the fog. "Let her go," I yelled, my voice hoarse. "She's just a child." The entity pulsed, and the melancholic song of the ethereal voices swelled, now laced with a chilling, dissonant harmony. It was a song of ancient lament, of countless lost souls, a dirge for the living. "The children are the most receptive," it mused, its thoughts filling my mind, utterly devoid of emotion, yet carrying an ancient hunger. "Untainted by the veil, by the understanding of your kind. They see, they hear, they know." My heart pounded with a terrifying realization. It didn't just want Lily lost or scared, it wanted her mind. It was trying to consume her, to make her one of its ethereal chorus. The glowing stone, it was a conduit, a tool for some kind of psychic or spiritual assimilation. "What do you want?" I demanded, my voice trembling but holding firm. "Why are you doing this?" The entity's form shifted again, less defined, more like a swirling vortex of shadow. "We offer solace, peace, release from the endless cycle of your fleeting, painful lives, a communion with the ancient truth." "You offer death," I spat, pulling myself fully upright despite the pain in my head. The crimson eyes seemed to glow brighter, radiating an intense cold. "Death is merely a doorway, mortal, and some doorways lead to deeper truths." She was drawn to the call, Thomas Harrison, as you were drawn to her. The blood, the bond, it strengthens the resonance. It knew my name, it knew about my connection to Lily. This thing was far more intelligent and insidious than I could have imagined. My gaze flickered to Lily. She was still standing perfectly still, her eyes wide and vacant, but she was looking at the black surface of the lake where the glowing stone had fallen. It was still visible, a faint blue-green light pulsing beneath the oily surface just below where she stood. A new surge of resolve hardened my features. I had to get Lily out, and I had to destroy that stone. The entity seemed to sense my intent. Its shadowy form stretched, its tendril extending towards Lily once more. This time it wasn't a caress. It was a subtle pull, a gentle, almost imperceptible tug at her spirit. Lily swayed, her feet shifting, slowly, involuntarily, back towards the spot where the stone had fallen. "Lily, fight it," I yelled, taking a step forward. "Remember Havenwood, remember your treehouse, remember us." For a split second her eyes flickered. A flash of green, a hint of something familiar. A tear, a single crystalline drop, tracked down her cheek, leaving a clean path through the smudged, dark substance. That was my chance, I knew it. Ignoring the entity's looming presence, ignoring the searing pain in my head and the growing pressure in my mind, I sprinted forward. I veered to the side, trying to flank the massive shadow to get to Lily. The entity moved, but not physically. Instead, the very air around me seemed to solidify. It was like running through invisible glue. My progress instantly halted. My muscles strained, burning with the effort, but I could barely move. The ground beneath me, the black lake, seemed to cling to my feet. The entity chuckled, a sound like dry leaves skittering across barren stone, resonating directly in my mind. "Foolish mortal, you think brute force can pierce the veil." I fought, grunting, gasping for air. The pressure in my head was unbearable now, like a vice clamping down, threatening to crush my skull. The memories from the vision earlier, the primal screams, the ancient symbols, the glowing stone, flashed through my mind, clearer this time, more potent. It was as if the entity was forcing me to relive them, to understand its ancient origins. I saw the primitive humans not just terrified, but worshipping that glowing stone, offering sacrifices, trying to appease something that lurked in the chasm. I saw fear, yes, but also a desperate reverence, an attempt to commune with this otherworldly power. And the whispers, the song, it had been there for millennia, luring, consuming, growing. The locket, the thought burst through the pain. The locket with the strange spiral symbol, the one I'd found near the glowing tree. It was ancient, it was connected. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, I reached into my pocket, fumbling for the locket. My fingers closed around the cold metal. As I pulled it out, a faint, almost imperceptible warmth spread from it. It was tiny, insignificant against the vastness of the cavern and the monstrosity before me, but it was something. "You cling to trivialities," the entity scoffed, its mental voice laced with dismissive scorn. "A trinket of the forgotten, it has no power here." But as I held the locket, the strange spiral symbol etched into its surface seemed to glow faintly, almost imperceptibly, mirroring the light of the distant symbols in the cavern. The oppressive force that held me seemed to lessen, just a fraction, a momentary weakening of its hold. It was enough. I gritted my teeth and lunged again, this time with the locket clutched in my hand. The invisible glue still resisted, but it was thinner, less potent. I managed to push through, staggering forward, closer to Lily. The entity's crimson eyes flared with genuine anger this time. You dare use such a relic against us, its voice thundered, rattling my very bones. That is not your heritage, mortal, that is theirs. Whose? I gasped, still struggling forward, focusing my gaze on Lily. The entity let out a soundless scream, a surge of pure psychic force that slammed into me. I cried out, my head feeling like it would explode. The world spun, and I felt myself falling, pulled down by an invisible gravity. But as I fell, my hand shot out, a desperate, instinctive grab. My fingers closed around Lily's arm. It was cold, unnaturally so, but it was there. With a guttural roar, I pulled. Lily, still in her daze, offered no resistance. She stumbled forward, pulled off the spot where she had been standing, away from the pulsating stone beneath the black water. The entity pulsed with furious light. Its shadowy form lunged, not at me, but at the glowing stone, which had begun to slowly rise from the depths of the black lake, drawn by its master's will. It was trying to re-establish the connection. Dad, Lily whispered again, her eyes slowly, agonizingly coming back to life, focusing on me. The tear tracks on her cheek gleamed in the shifting light. The dark substance on her lips was still there, but perhaps less potent now. Lily, honey, are you okay? I clutched her to me, pulling her into a tight hug. She felt frail, cold, but undeniably real. She leaned into me, a soft shudder running through her small frame. I don't know, Dad, I was dreaming, a long dream, the whispers, they were so pretty, she shivered. And then the taste, it was so sweet. My blood ran cold, the taste, she had tasted it, she had absorbed some of its influence. I pulled back slightly, looking into her eyes. They were still clouded, but the vacant stare was gone, replaced by confusion, a dawning horror, and a deep exhaustion. She was coming back. What was that, Dad? She whispered, her voice still weak. She looked around the vast, dark cavern, her eyes widening with fear as they landed on the monstrous, undulating shadow of the entity. What is that thing? It's okay, sweetie, we're going to go, I said, trying to infuse my voice with a confidence I didn't feel. We're going home. But the entity wouldn't allow it. It had retrieved the glowing stone. Now it held it aloft, its shadowy form radiating immense power. The stone pulsed with an intense, malevolent blue-green light, and the humming swelled to an unbearable crescendo. You cannot escape, Thomas Harrison, its voice boomed, rattling the cavern walls. The gateway is sealed, she has tasted of the truth, she is marked, you are both marked. As it spoke, the cavern seemed to warp and distort. The glowing symbols above us began to shift, to ripple, and then slowly they began to turn. They weren't just static images, they were parts of an immense, intricate mechanism, a vast celestial clockwork of otherworldly design. The rhythmic humming intensified, becoming a low, grinding thrum like colossal gears turning. The black lake, which had been perfectly still, now began to churn. Not with waves, but with ripples of darkness, deep undulations that seemed to move beneath the surface, as if something vast and unseen was stirring below. The air grew impossibly cold, stealing my breath, and the heavy, sweet metallic scent, which had dissipated somewhat when I entered this realm, was now overpowering, making my head spin. What is it doing? Lily whimpered, clinging to me, her face buried against my chest. I don't know, honey, I whispered back, my eyes scanning the impossible, shifting landscape. My mind raced, trying to find a way out, any way out. The shimmering doorway through which I had entered was gone. The polished obsidian walls curved endlessly into the darkness. We were trapped. The entity raised the glowing stone even higher. It was no longer merely a stone, it was pulsating, vibrating, almost seeming to breathe. And as it did, the symbols above us rotated faster, the grinding thrum intensifying, building to an unbearable pressure. Then from the depths of the black lake, directly beneath where the entity stood, a column of light erupted. It was a pure, searing white, impossibly bright, cutting through the pervasive darkness of the cavern. It shot upwards, enveloping the entity and the glowing stone, bathing them in an unearthly radiance. The entity seemed to shimmer, its shadowy form momentarily outlined by the brilliant light. For a split second, I thought I saw something within the shadow, something ancient and terrible, a faint, monstrous outline of a form composed of countless swirling ethereal tendrils, writhing like a nest of vipers. Then it was gone, swallowed by the light. The voice, now more distorted, more ancient, boomed in my mind. The ritual is complete. The alignment begins. The gate will open. My heart seized in my chest. The gate, the whispers from the chasm, the shimmering door, it was all leading to this. This wasn't just a lair, it was a mechanism, a giant, otherworldly machine for opening a doorway to somewhere else. And Lily had been lured here to be a part of it, a key. Panic, cold and suffocating, threatened to overwhelm me. I held Lily tighter, my eyes frantically searching for any weakness, any crack in this impossible prison. The locket in my hand suddenly grew warm, almost hot. I looked down. The spiral symbol was glowing, faintly but distinctly, a soft golden light radiating from the tarnished silver. It was mirroring the pattern of the rotating symbols above, but in reverse and opposing force. Dad, what's happening? Lily cried, her voice trembling. I don't know, Lily, I confessed, my voice barely a whisper. My mind was reeling. I was out of options, out of ideas. I was just a graphic designer, a father, not a hero. What could I possibly do against an ancient, interdimensional entity? But then Lily, still clinging to me, looked up, her gaze drawn to the locket in my hand. That's pretty, Dad, she mumbled, her eyes still hazy from the ordeal. Where did you get it? I found it outside, I replied, my eyes still on the glowing spiral. It was pulsating, a faint rhythm almost like a heartbeat. The oppressive hum of the entity seemed to shy away from its light, a tiny pocket of resistance in the overwhelming darkness. As Lily spoke, she subtly shifted her grip on me. Her small hand, still cold, brushed against my pocket. The star rock, her star rock, it was still there. A crazy idea born of desperation and the sheer absurdity of our situation sparked in my mind. The locket was a relic of the forgotten, an object the entity seemed to recognize, even fear. And Lily's rock, it was hers, a piece of her true self. Lily, I whispered, holding her away slightly so I could look into her eyes, trying to infuse my voice with as much clarity as possible. I need you to be brave, okay, really brave. She nodded slowly, her green eyes, though still wide with fear, holding a fragile spark of determination. Okay, Dad. Do you remember the star rock you gave me, the one I keep in my pocket? Her eyes widened slightly, the one from our first camping trip with the wish. Yes, that one. I pulled it out along with the locket, holding them both in my hand. The star rock, ordinary stone, now seemed to draw a tiny bit of the locket's golden glow, almost as if it were absorbing its power. I need you to hold this, I said, pressing the star rock into her cold palm. And I need you to focus, think of home, think of Havenwood, think of everything you love. And then I need you to throw it at that big shadow thing. Lily's eyes, still clouded but now laced with a flicker of understanding, looked from the small rock in her hand to my determined face, then to the colossal, shadowy entity which was still enveloped in the column of white light, its ancient voice booming about the gate opening. But Dad, it's just a rock, she started, her voice full of doubt. It's your rock, Lily, I interrupted, my voice firm. It's got your magic, and this thing, it doesn't like magic like yours, it hates it. It was a desperate gamble, a primal instinct, but it was all I had. I had to believe in something beyond its monstrous power. I had to believe in Lily. The entity's crimson eyes, now clearly visible through the column of light, fixed on us, radiating an intensity that threatened to crush my will. It had clearly heard me. It was furious. You waste your efforts, mortal, its voice echoed, laced with cold fury. Your simple superstitions are meaningless against the true power. The gateway approaches completion. Your daughter's essence will be the first to pass through, and then yours. The columns of light intensified, throbbing with a sickening rhythm. The colossal gears of the cymbals above us spun faster, grinding with an ear-splitting screech. The black lake beneath us began to ripple violently, as if something immense was struggling to emerge from its depths. Lily, now, I yelled, pushing her arm forward. Close your eyes, sweetie, think of everything good, aim for the light. Lily, with a silent, determined nod, squeezed her eyes shut. Her small hand, gripping the star rock, felt warm in mine. She took a deep, shuddering breath, then with a surprising surge of strength, she reared back and threw the rock. It wasn't a powerful throw, not for an 11-year-old. The rock arced awkwardly, a tiny, insignificant pebble against the vastness of the cavern and the brilliant column of light. It spun through the air, barely visible for what felt like an eternity. And then it hit. It struck the very center of the column of white light, directly where the glowing stone was being held by the entity. For a moment, nothing happened. The rock seemed to hover, suspended in the light. The entity's voice boomed in my mind, a mocking, triumphant laugh. A pebble, truly your kind is pathetic. Then a ripple, not a ripple in the lake, but a ripple in the light itself. The column of pure white light flickered, almost imperceptibly, as if briefly interrupted. And then, from the point where Lily's star rock had struck, a tiny, golden spark erupted. It wasn't an explosion, not in the traditional sense. It was a silent implosion of energy. The golden spark expanded, not outwardly, but inwardly, like a negative explosion, sucking the light, the humming, the malevolent energy of the entity into itself. The entity let out a shriek, not a mental one this time, but a tangible, guttural scream that seemed to tear the very fabric of reality. It was a sound of immense pain and shock, raw and ancient. Its shadowy form began to convulse violently. The column of white light fractured, shattering into a million shimmering fragments that dissipated like smoke. The glowing stone it held flew from its grasp, spinning wildly into the depths of the black lake, disappearing with a faint plink. The massive, clockwork cymbals above us shuddered to a halt, then began to reverse slowly, ponderously, with a groaning metallic clang that vibrated through the cavern. The black lake calmed, its surface becoming glassy once more. And the entity, it began to shrink. Rapidly, its shadowy form writhed, contracting, spiraling in on itself as if being sucked into an unseen drain. The crimson eyes, which had burned with such malevolence, flickered, dimmed, and then winked out of existence. Its terrifying roar faded into a whimpering wail, then to a whisper, and then finally into absolute silence. Where the monstrous shadow had been, there was now nothing. Just the still, black surface of the lake, reflecting the now static geometric symbols above. The sudden silence was deafening, disorienting. The oppressive weight that had crushed my chest lifted, and I gasped for air, great shuddering breaths. My head still throbbed, but the excruciating pressure was gone. The cloying, sweet metallic scent vanished, replaced by the faint, earthy smell of damp rock. Lily, still clinging to me, slowly opened her eyes. She looked around, her gaze lingering on the empty space where the entity had been, then at the now still symbols above. Her eyes, though still wide with shock, were no longer vacant. They were Lily's eyes, shining with a terrified yet curious intelligence. "Dad," she whispered, her voice small and shaky but full of her own inflection, her own life. "What happened?" I think we scared it away, sweetie," I said, pulling her into another tight hug, burying my face in her bright red hair. I felt a wave of profound relief wash over me, so strong it almost brought me to my knees. She was back, my Lily was back. We stood there for a long moment, clinging to each other, listening to the echoing silence of the cavern. It still felt cold, alien, but the malevolent presence was gone. The immediate danger had passed. Then a faint shimmer appeared in the air, directly across the cavern, against the curving obsidian wall. It was the shimmering doorway, the entrance through which I had come. It was faint, unstable, pulsing with a gentle, inviting light. It was our way out. "Come on, Lily," I said, gently pulling her hand. "Let's go home." We started to walk slowly, carefully, across the slick, black surface of the lake. My legs were unsteady, my body aching from the ordeal, but adrenaline still surged through my veins. Lily walked beside me, her small hand gripping mine tightly, her eyes darting nervously around the cavern. As we approached the shimmering doorway, I looked back one last time at the spot where the entity had been, where the glowing stone had fallen. The black lake was still, its surface like polished glass. There was no trace of the monster, no sign of the glowing stone. It was as if it had never been there. But the cold dread, the memories, they were real. And the locket in my hand, it was no longer glowing. Its warmth had faded, leaving only the cold, tarnished silver in my palm. I pocketed it, a silent promise to understand its significance later. We reached the shimmering doorway. The air here was warmer, thicker, already smelling faintly of pine and damp earth. It was a gentle invitation, a promise of escape. I hesitated for a moment, then looked down at Lily. Her face was pale, but a tiny spark of her usual curiosity was returning, despite the lingering fear. "Are you ready, Lilybug?" She nodded, her grip tightening on my hand. "Yes, Dad, I'm ready." Together, we stepped through the shimmering doorway. The transition was instantaneous, jarring. One moment we were in the cold, silent, impossible cavern. The next we were back in the dense, ancient woods of the Blackwood Mountains. The air was rich with the scent of damp earth and pine needles. The soft rustling of leaves filled the silence, and the distant hoot of an owl echoed through the trees. The fading twilight of the natural world, though still dim, felt like blinding daylight after the absolute darkness of the other realm. We were standing at the base of the enormous ancient tree, its roots writhing like giant snakes. The patch of bioluminescent moss was still there, glowing faintly with its cool blue-green light, a welcome beacon in the growing gloom. The chasm, the true Whispering Falls, was still a gaping maw of darkness beside us, but the insidious whispers were gone, replaced by the natural sounds of the forest. The overwhelming pressure in my head had completely dissipated, leaving only a dull ache. I sank to my knees, pulling Lily down with me, wrapping my arms around her. I buried my face in her hair, breathing in the familiar scent of her shampoo, trying to convince myself that this was real, that we were safe. "We made it, Lily," I whispered, my voice thick with emotion. "We made it out." She clung to me, her small body trembling. "I'm so cold, Dad," she whimpered, "and I'm scared." "I know, honey, I know," I murmured, rubbing her back, trying to transfer some of my warmth to her. "But we're safe now, we're going home." I looked around, trying to get my bearings. The forest, though still dark and foreboding, no longer felt overtly hostile. The oppressive silence was gone, we were truly back. My phone, I fumbled in my pocket. It was still dead, but the car was our next goal. It was still a mile or two away, but it felt like a reachable destination now, a tangible symbol of safety. "Can you walk, sweetie?" I asked, gently pulling away from our embrace. Lily nodded, though she still looked exhausted. Her green eyes, now fully lucid, surveyed the glowing moss, the massive tree, the dark chasm. A flicker of recognition and then horror passed through them. "That's where I was, wasn't it?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. "That tree and the whispers, they pulled me." "Yes, honey, they did," I confirmed, my voice gentle. "But you fought them, you were so brave." "What was that dark stuff on my mouth, Dad?" she asked, touching her lips, a small frown creasing her brow. It tasted like sweet dirt. My stomach lurched, the residue of the glowing stone of its influence. "It was nothing, sweetie," I lied, knowing I couldn't tell her the full truth, not yet. Just something from that bad dream, it's gone now. She seemed to accept it, or perhaps she was too tired to question further. Can we really go home now? Yes, we can, I promised, pushing myself to my feet. Let's go. I took her hand and together we started to retrace my steps, guided by the faint glow of the moss and the desperate need for home. The journey back through the forest was slow, arduous. Lily stumbled frequently, her small legs tired, her mind still reeling from the ordeal. I carried her when I could, piggyback, her small weight a comfort against my back, a reminder that she was here alive in my arms. The moon, a sliver of silver, had finally pierced through the dense canopy, casting faint, shifting patterns on the forest floor. It wasn't enough to truly light our way, but it was a sign of the real world, a comforting presence. After what felt like an eternity, we broke through the final line of trees. There in the faint moonlight was the familiar sight of my own back lawn, neatly mown, a stark contrast to the untamed wilderness behind us. And beyond it, the comforting glow of the porch light which I had left on. The sight of my house, small and unassuming, felt like a beacon of hope, a sanctuary. I staggered forward, my legs burning, my lungs aching, Lily still clinging to my back. I reached the porch, fumbling for the doorknob. It turned and we stepped inside into the warm, familiar air of my home. The small living room was still and quiet, just as I had left it hours ago. The clock on the wall read almost 3 a.m. It had only been hours, but it felt like a lifetime. I gently set Lily down on the couch. She sank into the cushions, her eyes wide, staring at nothing, still processing the horror she had endured. The relief was immense, but the lingering terror was still a cold knot in my stomach. I'm going to get you some warm clothes, honey, and some hot chocolate, I said, my voice hoarse. You can take a warm bath. She nodded, still silent. I went to the bathroom, turning on the light, then to her room, pulling out fresh pajamas. As I moved, I felt the locket in my pocket. I pulled it out again. The intricate spiral symbol was still there, dark against the silver, no longer glowing. But now it felt impossibly heavy in my hand, a silent testament to the impossible journey we had just undertaken. I walked back to the living room. Lily was still on the couch, wrapped in a blanket I must have pulled over her earlier. Her eyes were closed. She was asleep finally, her breathing even and deep. I stood there for a long moment just watching her, tears silently streaming down my face. My daughter, my brave, curious, terrifyingly resilient daughter. She had been through hell and she was here safe in her own home. But the silence of the house, which had once been comforting, now felt unsettling. The Blackwood, which had always been a place of beauty and wonder, had revealed a terrifying, ancient truth. The Whispering Falls was no myth, it was a gate, and something had tried to take my daughter through it. Something that knew my name, that called itself us, that had been there for millennia. I looked down at the locket in my hand. It was a key, a counterforce to whatever lay beneath the chasm, but it was just a small piece of tarnished metal. What did it mean? What was its history? And what was theirs? The entity's words echoed in my mind. That is not your heritage, mortal, that is theirs. Who were they, and why did this locket, this ancient relic, have the power to disrupt such a powerful ancient being? My mind raced, reeling from the impossible events. I had to understand, I had to know what we had stumbled into, and more importantly, I had to ensure that whatever had happened tonight would never happen again. Lily was safe for now, but the entity had said, she has tasted of the truth, she is marked, you are both marked. The thought sent a fresh wave of dread through me. Was it truly over, or was this just the beginning? I walked over to the front door, double-checking the locks, then the back door. Every window latch was secured. The old, familiar creaks of the house, usually comforting, now sounded like phantom footsteps, every shadow a potential threat. My heart hammered against my ribs, a relentless drumbeat of anxiety. Lily was asleep on the couch, innocent and vulnerable. I couldn't leave her there. I carefully scooped her up. Her small body still felt chilled despite the blanket. She stirred, a soft whimper escaping her lips, then settled back into a deep slumber. I carried her to her bedroom, tucking her into her bed, pulling the duvet up to her chin. Her face, even in sleep, was pale, etched with the lingering echoes of fear. I sat on the edge of her bed for a long time, just watching her breathe, listening to the gentle rhythm of her sleep. The events of the night replayed in my mind, a horrifying reel of impossible images. The glowing moss, the shimmering door, the vast black lake, the monstrous shadow, and Lily standing vacant-eyed, about to consume that pulsing stone. It was a nightmare, yes, but it had been terrifyingly real. My gaze fell on her bedside table. There was a small, crudely drawn picture, a smiling sun Lily had drawn in kindergarten, taped next to a framed photo of us at the beach, both laughing, sand covering our feet. Normal, everyday things. They felt impossibly distant now, almost foreign after what we had witnessed. I pulled the locket from my pocket again. It was just a small piece of tarnished silver, unassuming in the dim light of Lily's room. But in my hand it pulsed with a memory of warmth, of an ancient power that had somehow defied the overwhelming might of the entity. That is not your heritage, mortal, that is theirs. The entity's words, cold and dismissive, echoed in my mind. Who were they, and why was this locket connected to them? I quietly left Lily's room, closing the door almost silently. The house felt suffocatingly quiet now. Sleep was impossible. My mind was a whirlwind of questions, fears, and a burning need for answers. I needed to understand what had just happened, what we had escaped, and what Mark truly meant. I went to the kitchen, poured myself a glass of water, and sat at the table. The locket lay on the worn wooden surface, reflecting the faint glow from the streetlights outside. It was a key, I was certain, but to what? And how did I unlock its secrets? My phone was still dead. The internet was out. The power had flickered once or twice in the night, but had mostly held. No news reports, no alerts of strange occurrences. The world outside our small bubble of terror seemed utterly oblivious. It always was. I needed to start somewhere, anything. I grabbed a pen and a pad of paper, something tangible to ground myself. I began to write, trying to organize the chaos in my head. The Blackwood, not just a forest, a gateway. The Whispering Falls, a chasm, the actual gateway. The glowing tree, a focal point somehow connected to the gateway. The entity, a being of shadow, ancient, powerful, feeds on consciousness, spirit, calls itself us. The glowing stone, a conduit, a tool for assimilation. Lily's star rock somehow disrupted the entity. The locket, ancient, silver, spiral symbol, opposed the entity, mentioned heritage and theirs. The list was stark, terrifying, every item screamed impossible. Yet I had lived it, Lily had lived it. Theirs, who were they? The entity's contempt for the locket, its surprise at my use of it, indicated that they were a known, perhaps even feared adversary. Guardians, another faction of beings, ancient humans who understood these forces. I stared at the spiral symbol on the locket, trying to recall where I might have seen anything like it. Nothing came to mind. It wasn't a common symbol. It was intricate, almost organic, yet undeniably geometric. The sun would be up in a few hours. I couldn't just sit here, I had to act. My graphic design skills, my love for research, for piecing together visual information would have to be put to a different kind of test. The Blackwood was a local legend. The Whispering Falls, the old prospectors' tales, the stories of people getting lost. I dismissed them as quaint folklore. Now I knew better. There had to be more: old maps, historical accounts, local legends, forgotten texts. Havenwood wasn't a huge town, but it had a small, surprisingly well-stocked public library and an even smaller local history archive. That would be my first stop. But first, Lily, she needed normalcy, or as much of it as I could provide. School, breakfast, her routine. And I needed to figure out what to tell her, what not to tell her. How do you explain an interdimensional monster to an 11-year-old without traumatizing her further? The morning came slowly, a pale gray light filtering through the kitchen window. I showered, trying to wash away the lingering cold and the metallic scent that still seemed to cling to my skin. I made coffee strong and black, and then started on breakfast, Lily's favorite blueberry pancakes. When she finally emerged from her room, she looked fragile, her eyes still a little wide, but the color was returning to her cheeks. The exhaustion was still there, but also a hint of her usual spark. "Morning, Dad," she mumbled, her voice a little raspy. "Morning, sweetie," I said, forcing a smile. "Sleep okay?" She hesitated, then nodded. "Kinda, I had a really weird dream." She didn't elaborate, and I didn't push. The memory was still too raw. We ate breakfast in relative silence. I made small talk about school, about her friends, trying to keep things light, normal. She picked at her pancakes, occasionally glancing at me as if trying to gauge if I was okay, if we were okay. "Dad," she said suddenly, halfway through her plate, "that dark stuff on my mouth, it's gone now, right?" "Gone, sweetie," I assured her, my heart aching. "All gone, just a bad dream, remember." She nodded slowly, still looking uncertain. "It tasted sweet and cold like nothing I've ever had." She shivered despite the warm kitchen. "I don't want to taste it again." "You won't, Lily," I promised, reaching across the table to squeeze her hand. "Never again, I'll make sure of it." The words were a vow, a silent, desperate prayer. After breakfast, I insisted she get ready for school. A normal routine, I reasoned, would be grounding. While she was getting dressed, I fixed my phone. The battery had just run out. A quick charge and it blinked back to life, flooding with notifications. I ignored them all. I didn't want the outside world intruding just yet. I put it in my pocket, a lifeline to the mundane, to emergency services if needed, but for now it felt irrelevant. I drove her to school, chatting about her upcoming science project, trying to project an air of calm I didn't feel. When I dropped her off, she gave me a quick hug, then paused. "Dad." "Yeah, Lilybug." "That rock I threw, my star rock, did it really help?" she asked, a flicker of awe and uncertainty in her eyes. I knelt down, meeting her gaze. "It absolutely did, honey. You were incredibly brave. You saved us." A small, proud smile touched her lips, a brief return of her true self. "Okay," she said, then turned and walked towards the school entrance, her bright red hair bouncing with each step. I watched her go, a fresh wave of love and fear washing over me. She had been through so much. I had to protect her, and to protect her I had to understand. My first stop was the Havenwood Public Library. It was a charming old building, all brick and ivy, smelling faintly of old paper and dust. Mrs. Gable, the librarian, a kindly woman with spectacles perched on her nose, greeted me with a warm smile. "Good morning, Tom. Rare to see you out so early. Research project for Lily." "Something like that, Mrs. Gable," I replied, trying to sound casual. "More of a personal interest. I'm looking for anything you might have on the Blackwood Mountains. Old maps, local history, folklore, anything about the Whispering Falls." Her smile faded slightly. "The Blackwood, you say, a beautiful but rather remote place. Most of our historical records focus on the founding of Havenwood. As for the falls, well, that's mostly just local color. Old prospector stories about the Falls of Light and such." "Anything, Mrs. Gable, no detail too small," I pressed. She led me to a dusty section in the back, filled with local history books, laminated newspaper clippings, and a few oversized maps. "Most of this hasn't been touched in decades, Tom. You're welcome to it. I'll be at the front desk if you need anything." I thanked her and dove in, hours blurred. I scanned old county maps, tracing the winding contours of the Blackwood, looking for any anomaly, any unlabeled spot. The Whispering Falls was marked on some, usually with a tiny, stylized waterfall symbol, but nothing indicating a chasm or a giant tree or anything other than a natural wonder. I pored over local history books. Most were dry accounts of logging operations, early settlers, and the occasional anecdote about a bear sighting. Then I found it, a slim, self-published volume titled Echoes of the Blackwood, Unexplained Phenomena and Local Lore. It was clearly written by an amateur enthusiast, probably a retired local. The cover was a grainy, out-of-focus photo of what looked like a misty forest. I opened it, hope surging. The author, a Gideon Finch, chronicled various strange occurrences reported over the centuries. Vanishing hikers, odd lights in the sky, strange sounds emanating from the mountains, cattle mutilations, a common trope, but I noted it. He also dedicated a small chapter to the Whispering Falls. "The falls are said to be a place of potent energy," Finch wrote in a florid, almost poetic style. "Early indigenous tribes avoided the area, considering it sacred but dangerous, a place where the veil between worlds was thin. They spoke of a heartstone hidden deep within the mountain, radiating a blue-green light, and of a great sleeper whose whispers could steal the minds of the unwary." My blood ran cold. The heartstone, the blue-green light, the whispers, the great sleeper, it was all there. A primal fear, ancient and forgotten, recorded in a dusty, obscure book. Finch also mentioned that a small group of early European settlers, driven by a thirst for gold or perhaps something more arcane, had attempted to establish a mining operation near the falls in the late 17th century. They spoke of strange minerals unlike anything seen before and of a pulsing hum that drove men to madness. The settlement vanished within a year, leaving behind only overgrown ruins and chilling tales of shadow men and singing rocks. Shadow men, singing rocks, it was all too familiar. I flipped through the book, my hands trembling. Finch had included sketches of various symbols he claimed were found on ancient artifacts unearthed in the Blackwood. Many were crude representations of animals or plants, but one caught my eye, a stylized spiral intertwining with 3 elongated triangles. My heart leaped. It was the symbol on the locket. Beneath the sketch, Finch had written, "This symbol, found on several ancient silver artifacts of unknown origin, is believed by some local occultists to represent a binding or a warding against the deep places. Its true meaning is lost to time, but it seems to have been used by a lost tribe, perhaps the Skywalkers mentioned in some of the oldest oral traditions, a people said to possess knowledge beyond their time, capable of traversing between realms." Skywalkers traversing between realms, it was too specific to be a coincidence. This locket wasn't just old, it was a relic of a people who understood this place, who knew how to fight it, and the entity had recognized it, calling it a relic of the forgotten, but also theirs, the Skywalkers. I felt a surge of adrenaline, replacing the fear with a desperate sense of purpose. This wasn't just a random piece of folklore. This was a direct link, a thread I could follow. I checked out the book and a few old maps, promising Mrs. Gable I'd return them soon. I left the library in a daze, the bright sunlight outside feeling strangely oppressive after my journey into ancient darkness. The first thing I did when I got home was to lay the locket on my desk next to the sketch from Finch's book. The symbols matched perfectly. This wasn't just a trinket, it was a key. But a key to what, and what could it do truly? It had merely weakened the entity's hold, not destroyed it. Lily's Starrock, her pure intent that had been the disruptive force. The entity's words kept replaying in my mind. "She has tasted of the truth, she is marked, you are both marked." And the chilling addendum, "The gateway approaches completion. Your daughter's essence will be the first to pass through, and then yours." It wasn't over, it was a temporary reprieve, a battle one, but not the war. The gateway was still there, the entity was still there, perhaps weakened, but definitely not gone, and we were marked. I pulled out my laptop, my phone. The internet was still spotty due to the power fluctuations overnight, but I managed to connect. I searched for Skywalker's ancient tribe, spiral symbol ancient, dimensional travel folklore. The results were mostly New Age conspiracy theories and obscure academic papers, but a few intriguing links appeared. One led to an online forum dedicated to cryptoarchaeology, basically, people who studied archaeological mysteries that mainstream science dismissed. There, a user had posted about symbols found on ancient rock carvings in remote, inaccessible parts of the Pacific Northwest, symbols strikingly similar to the one on my locket. The user, who went by the handle Lorekeeper, spoke of an ancient pre-human civilization that had charted ley lines and dimensional anomalies, using specific symbols as keys or wards. They also mentioned a concept of resonance with these sites, a term the entity itself had used when speaking of the blood, the bond. Another link led to a digitized collection of a forgotten local newspaper, the Havenwood Gazette, dating back to the late 1800s. Skimming through the archives, I found a series of articles from 1898 detailing a bizarre local phenomenon. Several children in Havenwood and nearby settlements had started exhibiting strange symptoms: lethargy, vivid waking dreams, a fascination with the Blackwood, and a peculiar craving for sweet earth. They would often wander off towards the mountains, drawn by beautiful voices or pretty lights. Many were found, disoriented but unharmed, often near the Whispering Falls. But a few were never seen again. The parallels were chilling. Sweet earth, that's what Lily had called it, sweet dirt. This wasn't just happening to Lily, it had happened before. This entity, this great sleeper, had a history of luring children, and children who were marked from tasting the truth. I felt a cold dread settle deep in my stomach. Lily wasn't just scared, she was vulnerable. She had tasted it. She had been on the verge of being fully assimilated. The entity considered her marked. And me too, for intervening, for daring to use the locket. I needed to protect Lily, but how? Keeping her locked indoors wouldn't be enough if the entity could influence her remotely, through dreams or whispers she might still hear. And what about me? Was I more susceptible now? I remembered the vision forced upon me as I crossed the threshold. The primitive humans, the sacrifices, the fear, the worship. They weren't just terrified, they were aware. They knew of this entity and they interacted with it, however fearfully. They had tried to appease it or perhaps to ward it off. The Skywalkers with their locket had clearly had a different approach. My mind was a jumble of ancient lore and modern terror. I had to assume the entity was still out there, still trying to draw us in. The gate might have been disrupted, but it wasn't gone. It might even be regenerating, its power slowly returning. That evening, Lily seemed a little better, more like herself. We watched a movie, ate pizza, tried to recreate a semblance of normalcy. But every time she glanced at the window, or if a shadow shifted in the living room, her eyes would widen just a fraction, a ghost of her fear still clinging to her. She didn't mention the dream again, but the underlying tension was palpable. I spent the rest of the night reinforcing my research, cross-referencing Gideon Finch's book with anything I could find online. Lorekeeper's forum posts were particularly fascinating, talking about resonance points and dimensional bleed-throughs that could be triggered by specific conditions or even emotional states. Could Lily's curiosity, her sensitivity, have made her more susceptible? In my desperate paternal love, my connection to her, had that amplified the resonance, drawing me in as well? I also found a mention of the Skywalkers in a very old digitized anthropology journal. They were described as a nomadic, highly spiritual people, said to have inhabited the mountains before any known indigenous tribes. Their culture was shrouded in mystery, with only fragmentary oral traditions and scattered artifacts remaining. They were reputed to be dreamweavers and stargazers, possessing an uncanny ability to navigate unseen paths and communicate across great distances. It was hinted that they had a deep understanding of the natural world, far beyond what was considered normal. The journal mentioned a particular legend about the Skywalkers, a story of a great darkness that threatened to consume the world from between the stars. The Skywalkers, it was said, forged special binding stones and warding symbols to hold back this darkness. These artifacts were often crafted from meteoritic silver, a material believed to hold celestial resonance. Meteoritic silver, my locket was silver, tarnished but distinctly silver, and it felt ancient, almost out of time. Could it be meteoritic silver? That would explain its unique properties, its ability to resonate with something otherworldly. This was it. The Skywalkers were the theirs the entity spoke of. They were the ancient guardians, the ones who had understood the true nature of the Blackwood and its lurking dangers, and my locket was one of their tools. But what did I do with this knowledge? I had a relic, a fragment of an ancient defense, but I had no instruction manual. I was just Tom Harrison, a graphic designer, thrust into a cosmic battle he barely understood. The next few days passed in a blur of forced normalcy for Lily and frantic secret research for me. I managed to get Lily to school each morning, ensuring she was distracted by her friends and studies. I found myself checking on her constantly, calling the school, ensuring she didn't wander off. The simple act of her being away from my sight filled me with a primal dread. At home, I consumed every scrap of information I could find. I emptied Mrs. Gable's local history section, bringing home armloads of books and copies of old maps. I devoured every article on Lorekeeper's forum, tried to decipher ancient glyphs, and sketched out diagrams of the supposed ley lines that converged on the Blackwood. The Blackwood, according to Finch and the Forum, was a nexus, a point where various dimensional realities converged or bled through. The Whispering Falls, the chasm, was not just a natural formation, but a thin spot, a weak point, a gate that the entity could exploit. And the giant tree, Finch's book mentioned ancient sacred trees often marked such points, acting as anchors or conduits. One evening after Lily was safely asleep, I felt a strange pull. It wasn't the menacing pull of the entity from the chasm, but a more subtle, almost spiritual urge. The locket, still on my desk, seemed to hum faintly, though I couldn't hear it with my ears, only feel it in my mind. It was as if it was calling to me, guiding me. I picked it up. It was cold, but the faint pulse was still there, a whisper of power. I looked at the map of the Blackwood I'd spread across my desk, tracing the contours of the mountain range, the winding rivers, the dense forest. My fingers stopped at the location of the Whispering Falls, marked with a tiny, stylized waterfall. The locket grew slightly warmer in my hand. I remembered the entity's words, "The gateway approaches completion." It wasn't just open, it was forming, it was evolving, strengthening, and we, Lily and I, were marked. I knew what I had to do. I couldn't just sit here, waiting for the entity to find us again, to complete whatever dark ritual it had planned. I had to go back. I had to learn more about the Skywalkers, about this locket, about how to close the gate, not just temporarily disrupt it. I couldn't take Lily, not again. This was something I had to do alone. My heart ached at the thought of leaving her, even for a short time, but the alternative was far worse. She needed me to find a permanent solution. I spent the next day preparing. I gathered supplies, a sturdy backpack, a powerful flashlight, extra batteries, a first aid kit, high-energy snacks, a portable charger for my phone, a compass. I dug out my old hiking boots, checked them for wear. I copied the maps, highlighted the path to the Whispering Falls. I packed Gideon Finch's book, now heavily dog-eared, along with the locket. I told Lily I had an urgent work project that would take me away for the weekend, to a remote cabin with no cell service. It was a flimsy excuse, but she was still shaken from her dream and seemed to accept it with a weary understanding. She just asked me to be careful. Always Lily bugged, I promised, hugging her tightly before she left for school Friday morning. I lingered, inhaling the scent of her hair, imprinting the feel of her small body against mine. I didn't know what I would face. I might not come back. As soon as she was gone, I finalized my preparations. I left a detailed note for my neighbor, Mrs. Henderson, asking her to look after Lily if I didn't return by Sunday night, giving her emergency contacts and a small sum of cash. It felt like writing my last will and testament. The drive to the trailhead was grim. The Blackwood loomed in the distance, dark and brooding, a stark contrast to the bright autumn foliage of the lower hills. I felt a cold knot of dread in my stomach, but also a grim determination. I was no longer a terrified parent blindly searching for his child. I was an investigator, armed with a purpose and a strange, ancient locket. I parked my car at the same trailhead, the familiar faint scent of pine needles and damp earth filling the air. The sun was still high, but the forest felt darker, more watchful. I strapped on my backpack, checked my phone, full battery, good signal for now, and took a deep breath. This time I was ready, or as ready as I could be. The hike into the Blackwood was different this time. The path, once an unknown terror, was now a grim familiarity. I remembered every twisted root, every fallen log. The deeper I went, the more the forest seemed to change. The sounds grew muted, the air heavier, the shadows deeper. The faint, sweet metallic scent was back, subtle at first, then growing stronger, a warning. I reached the massive, ancient tree just as the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. The bioluminescent moss was already glowing, a ghostly blue-green carpet around the base of the tree. The chasm, the true Whispering Falls, loomed beside it, a gaping maw of darkness. I kept my distance from the chasm, wary of the whispers that had lured me before. This time I could discern a faint hum, a low, resonant thrum that vibrated through the ground up into my bones. It was the ancient song, the entity's call, softer now but still present. I pulled out Gideon Finch's book and flipped to the section on the Skywalkers and their symbols, the spiral. I held the locket out, letting its tarnished silver catch the faint light of the moss. It didn't glow, not yet, but it felt awake. I moved around the base of the giant tree, observing everything. Finch's book mentioned ancient tribes sometimes carved messages or warnings into sacred trees. I ran my hands over the rough bark, feeling for any anomalies, any hidden marks. The bark was thick, gnarled, centuries old, nothing obvious. Then my hand brushed against a patch of bark that felt strangely smooth, almost polished, hidden beneath an overhang of roots. I scraped away some moss and dirt, and there it was, a faint carving almost swallowed by the growing bark. It was the spiral symbol, identical to the one on my locket. It was older, more weathered, but unmistakably the same. A chill ran down my spine. The Skywalkers had been here. This was one of their markers. I looked around, the giant tree, the chasm, the glowing moss. This was a focal point. What else could I find? I remembered the entity's words. The gateway approaches completion. Your daughter's essence will be the first to pass through. What exactly was the gateway? It wasn't just the shimmering door, it was a process, a ritual, and Lily had been a part of it. The glowing stone, the taste of truth. I remembered the vision, the flickering fire, the ancient symbols carved into cave walls, the primal screams. The Skywalkers Finch had written were dreamweavers and stargazers, capable of traversing between realms. They fought the great darkness by forging binding stones and warding symbols. My locket was a warding symbol. Lily's star rock, her pure intent, had acted like a binding stone, briefly interrupting the entity's ritual. I needed to find more of these symbols, more of their knowledge. This tree was clearly a point of significance. Was there a hidden cave, a chamber beneath its roots? I knelt, peering into the shadows cast by the immense roots, shining my flashlight into every crevice. The air grew colder, the humming from the chasm intensified, trying to distract me. I fought against it, focusing on my search. Then I saw it, tucked deep beneath the widest root, almost entirely obscured by a tangle of smaller roots and damp earth, was a faint line in the stone. Not a natural crack, but a straight, deliberate cut. My heart pounded. I pulled out my multi-tool, using the small shovel attachment to carefully clear away the debris. The line widened, revealing more of its edges. It wasn't a crack, it was a seam. A hidden opening, perhaps. As I cleared more earth, the seam expanded, revealing an outline. It was a perfectly cut, almost invisible door, flush with the rock face, camouflaged by centuries of growth. It was ancient, clearly not natural. And in its very center, almost invisible without the light, was another carving, the spiral symbol, identical to the one on my locket. I felt a surge of adrenaline mixed with fear. This was it. This was what I had been searching for. A hidden chamber, a secret passage, perhaps even a Skywalker sanctuary. I pressed my hand against the symbol, then against the door, feeling for a latch, a handle, anything. The stone was cold, unyielding. There was no visible mechanism. I looked at the locket in my hand. It was a key, but how did it work? I remembered the entity's words about resonance. The locket had pulsed with light when I wielded it against the entity, when it had encountered its opposite. Perhaps it needed to resonate with the symbol on the door. With a deep breath, I pressed the locket against the carved spiral on the hidden door. For a moment, nothing happened. The locket remained cold, the door remained shut. The humming from the chasm seemed to intensify, almost mocking my efforts. Then a faint shimmer appeared around the spiral symbol on the door. It wasn't the blue-green of the moss or the white of the entity's column of light. It was a soft, golden light emanating from the carving, mirroring the faint glow I'd seen from the locket when I'd first used it. The light spread, tracing the outline of the hidden door, illuminating its seamless edges. A low, soft hum, utterly different from the entity's oppressive thrum, began to emanate from the door itself. It was gentle, almost melodious, a sound of quiet power. And then, with a barely audible sigh, the door began to open. Not outward, but inward, retracting into the solid rock, slowly, silently, revealing a narrow, dark passageway beyond. A gust of cold, dry air, smelling faintly of ancient dust, and something undefinable, like ozone and deep earth, emanated from the opening. My flashlight beam cut through the absolute darkness, revealing a short, downward-sloping tunnel carved into the rock. The walls were smooth, precise, clearly man-made, or something older than man. This was it, a direct link to the Skywalkers, to their knowledge, a chance to understand. My heart pounded, a mixture of exhilaration and dread. I was stepping further into the unknown, deeper into the secrets of the Blackwood, but I had to for Lily. I took one last look at the massive tree, the glowing moss, the dark chasm. The humming was still there, a constant reminder of the entity, but it felt distant now, almost muffled by the newly opened doorway. I tightened my grip on the locket, took a deep breath, and stepped into the darkness of the passage, the hidden door closing silently behind me with a soft, ethereal click. The golden light faded, leaving me in the beam of my flashlight enclosed by ancient stone. The tunnel was short, just a few yards, before opening into a larger circular chamber. My flashlight beam swept across the space, revealing walls carved with symbols, not just the spiral, but a complex tapestry of geometric shapes, celestial maps, and figures that looked vaguely humanoid but elongated, almost ethereal. They reminded me of the Skywalker's description. In the center of the chamber was a raised stone dais, and on it a single object. It was a book. Not a modern book, but an ancient bound volume, its pages made of something like parchment, covered in the same intricate symbols as the walls. It lay open, bathed in a faint, ethereal glow that emanated from the symbols carved on the surrounding walls. The air in the chamber was still cold, but strangely pristine. It felt like time had stopped here, preserving this place from the outside world. I approached the dais, my boots making no sound on the smooth stone floor. The book was larger than any I had seen, its binding made of dark, supple leather, intricately embossed. The symbols on the open pages pulsed with a soft, inner light. I cautiously reached out, my fingers hovering over the ancient text. It wasn't a language I recognized, but the symbols, they were beginning to feel familiar. My hand, still holding the locket, brushed against the page. As my finger touched the parchment, a jolt of energy shot through me. It wasn't painful but startling, like a sudden electrical current. The locket in my hand pulsed with golden light, mirroring the symbols on the page. Then the symbols on the page began to shift, to rearrange themselves. And as they did, images began to form in my mind, not as visions, but as implanted thoughts, pure understanding. It was like a silent, direct download of information, ancient and vast. It was the story of the Skywalkers. They were indeed a people who predated human civilization, not of this world, but from a whispering void between dimensions. They were drawn to Earth by its nascent life, its vibrant energy. They were not physical beings in the way we understood, but beings of pure consciousness, capable of shifting between forms, of sensing the resonance of all things. They built these chambers, these silent sanctuaries at key nexus points, places where the veil between worlds was thin. These were observatories, research stations, and eventually fort. The downloaded knowledge was immense, a torrent of understanding that flooded my mind, bypassing language, directly imprinting concepts and histories. It wasn't just a story, it was a living memory, vibrating with the echoes of a distant past. The Skywalkers, as the entity had dismissively called them theirs, were indeed not from Earth. They originated from the ethereal weave, a delicate lattice of pure consciousness that interconnected all realities. They were explorers, cartographers of the cosmos, drawn to nascent worlds by the unique harmonies of emerging life. They perceived reality not as solid matter, but as intricate patterns of resonance, waves of energy and intent. Earth in its infancy had been a world of unparalleled beauty and vibrance, a rare symphony in the ethereal weave. The Skywalkers had arrived, drawn by its promise, observing its evolution from a detached, almost spiritual perspective. They established their silent sanctuaries not as homes, but as nodes for observation, places where they could attune to the planet's unique frequencies. But Earth was also a nexus, a point where the ethereal weave thinned, where other, darker vibrations could bleed through. And from these deep places, from the whispering void between dimensions, came the entity. It was not a creature of flesh and blood, but a parasitic consciousness, an ancient hunger that consumed the resonance of life. The Skywalkers called it the Shade Eater, or the Harvester of Echoes. Its true form, as I had glimpsed through the blinding light, was a swirling ethereal mass, a hive mind of countless fragmented consciousnesses, perpetually seeking to expand, to assimilate. It didn't eat in the physical sense. It absorbed, integrated, subsumed the unique resonance of sentient beings, silencing their individual song and adding it to its own discordant chorus. The Whispering Falls was not just a chasm. It was a naturally occurring resonance point, amplified by geological formations and ley lines. The giant tree acted as a conduit, a focal point. Over millennia, the Shade Eater had learned to manipulate this nexus, slowly eroding the veil, transforming it into a gate. The ritual I had witnessed, the glowing stone, the assimilation of Lily's essence, it was the final stage. The Shade Eater didn't want to simply pass through the gate. It wanted to create a stable, permanent bridge, a conduit wide enough to bring through its entire, monstrous collective, to consume this world and add its vibrant resonance to its own. Lily, with her pure, nascent life energy, her unique song, was to be the key, the anchor for the gate's full manifestation. Her essence would resonate with the gate, holding it open, allowing the Shade Eater to fully establish itself. My locket, the book, showed me its origin. It was one of many resonance keepers, artifacts crafted by the Skywalkers from meteoritic silver, a metal that held a unique vibratory signature, a resonance that could both amplify and disrupt other frequencies. The spiral symbol was not merely a mark. It was a complex mathematical formula, a vibratory pattern designed to create a dissonance field, a counter-frequency that disrupted the Shade Eater's assimilation process. It didn't destroy the entity, but it temporarily shattered its coherence, forcing it to retreat, to regather its fragmented self. The Skywalkers had known that the Shade Eater could not be truly killed, only driven back, contained. They foresaw its eventual return, its relentless push to breach the veil. They had left these sanctuaries in their knowledge as a last hope, a desperate measure for the future inhabitants of Earth should the darkness return. The marked, Lily and I were indeed marked, but not in the way I had feared. The taste of truth, the glowing stone, it wasn't just a tool for assimilation. It introduced a resonant frequency into the victim's being, a subtle alteration that made them perpetually susceptible to the Shade Eater's whispers, a beacon that drew its attention. It was a preconditioning, making future assimilation easier. And for me, having used the Resonance Keeper, I was marked as an active resistor, an anomaly in its calculations, a target. The understanding was overwhelming, terrifying in its scope. This wasn't just a local legend, it was a cosmic horror, an existential threat, and it had almost succeeded. The book in front of me wasn't just a historical record, it was a guide, an instruction manual. As the information flowed into my mind, the symbols on the pages continued to shift, illustrating complex diagrams, energetic pathways, and precise calculations. It showed how the Skywalkers had used these resonance keepers, not just as reactive wards, but as proactive tools to strengthen the veil, to close the thin points, to reinforce the very fabric of reality at these nexus points. The core principle was harmonic alignment. The Shade Eater manipulated existing resonance to create dissonance to tear open the veil. The Skywalkers, in contrast, used specific frequencies, specific patterns of thought and emotion to create a harmonious resonance that repaired and reinforced the veil. My locket was one part of that system. Lily Starrock, imbued with her pure, loving intent and her innate connection to the natural world, had provided the raw, harmonious energy needed to disrupt the Shade Eater's parasitic resonance. It was her innocence, her pure, uncorrupted essence, that had resonated with the Keeper in my hand, amplifying its dissonant frequency to overwhelm the entity. The book detailed other artifacts, other keepers. Not just lockets, but larger stationary devices, almost like crystals or carved stones, placed at various points around the Blackwood, forming a protective grid, a network of harmonious resonance. These were the binding stones Finch had dimly referenced. But over millennia, many had been lost, buried, or corrupted, allowing the Shade Eater to slowly chip away at the defenses. One particular page, now glowing brighter than the rest, showed a complex diagram of the Blackwood Mountains. It highlighted 3 specific locations, 3 other silent sanctuaries, each marked with a variation of the spiral symbol. These were points where other, larger resonance keepers, nexus anchors, were supposedly located. If activated in sequence, if brought into harmonic alignment, they could create a powerful, localized field of pure resonance, a wave that could effectively seal the Whispering Falls gate, not just for a moment, but for centuries. It also showed the risks. Each nexus anchor required a conductor, someone to attune to it, to channel their intent and resonance, and the act of doing so would draw the Shade Eater's full, focused attention. The ritual was not without extreme danger. My hands trembled as the last of the information settled in my mind. The chamber, once a mysterious, ancient space, was now a blueprint, a guide. The book, once indecipherable, was now a readable text in my mind, its symbols clear, its message urgent. I took a shaky breath, pulling back my hand from the book. The symbols on the page dimmed, the energy flow ceasing. The quiet hum of the chamber returned, but it was no longer just a sound. It was a felt presence, the collective consciousness of the Skywalkers, their ancient legacy waiting to be claimed. I looked down at the locket in my hand. It was no longer just a piece of tarnished silver. It was a weapon, a key, a link to a forgotten past and a vital future. The sheer weight of responsibility pressed down on me. I was no Skywalker. I was just Tom, a graphic designer, but I had Lily. And that, I now understood, was a powerful resonance in itself, a father's love, pure and fierce. I pocketed the locket, securing it deep inside my jacket. My immediate fear had been replaced by a grim resolve. I had a plan, a terrifying, monumental plan, but a plan nonetheless. The book contained all the knowledge I needed, but it was anchored to the dais. I couldn't take it with me, but the information was in my mind, indelible. I spent a few more minutes imprinting the map of the 3 nexus anchors, memorizing the symbols and the sequence of their activation. The closest one was about 5 miles north of the Whispering Falls, deeper into the Blackwood. The other 2 were further, one to the east, another to the west, forming a rough triangle around the central nexus. I looked around the chamber one last time. It was bare, stark, clearly designed for function, not comfort. No other artifacts were visible. This was a place of knowledge, not a treasure trove. I turned back to the hidden door, pressing my hand against the spiral symbol carved into its center. The golden light flared again, briefly illuminating the passage, and with a soft, ethereal click, the door slowly retracted, revealing the outside world. The sun had set completely. The forest was shrouded in a deepening twilight, the bioluminescent moss at the base of the giant tree glowing brighter now, a spectral beacon. The hum from the chasm was still present, a low thrum that promised danger, but it no longer felt overwhelming. My mind was clearer now, fortified by knowledge. I stepped out, the door closing silently behind me, sealing the sanctuary once more. I knew I couldn't delay. The Shade Eater was recovering, and the gate was still approaching completion. Each moment I hesitated was another moment it gained strength. I pulled out my phone, still a signal for now. I sent a quick text to Mrs. Henderson, a prearranged all clear if everything was fine, letting her know I might be a little later than expected, but that Lily was still safe. I couldn't tell her anything else, of course. I checked my supplies, adjusted my backpack. The path to the first Nexus anchor was rough, barely a game trail. I would be navigating through dense forest in the dark, relying on my flashlight and the mental map now embedded in my mind. As I began to move, pushing through the undergrowth, a new sound reached me. It wasn't the hum of the chasm, nor the gentle whisper of the wind. It was a faint, almost imperceptible thrumming, an underlying vibration in the very air around me. It was growing, building, a rhythmic pulse that felt familiar. Then through the trees, a faint, sickly green light flickered. Not the soothing blue-green of the moss, but an unhealthy, jaundiced green emanating from the direction of the Whispering Falls. It pulsed softly, steadily, like a malevolent heart. My blood ran cold, the Shade Eater. It was actively regenerating, growing stronger, its influence extending. The gate was not waiting, it was actively being completed. The urgency intensified, morphing into a desperate race against time. I picked up my pace, moving deeper into the Blackwood, guided by the internal compass of the Skywalker's knowledge and the terrifying, pulsating green light that now served as a grim reminder of my adversary. The forest grew denser, the trees taller and more ancient. Their branches interlaced above, forming a thick canopy that blocked out the moon, plunging the forest floor into absolute darkness save for the beam of my flashlight. The air became colder, heavier, saturated with the sweet metallic scent that heralded the Shade-Eater's presence. I pushed through thickets of thorny bushes, scrambled over moss-covered boulders, and navigated around fallen logs, my senses heightened every shadow a potential threat. The rhythmic thrumming in the air intensified, vibrating through my bones, trying to seep into my mind to sow doubt and fear. But the knowledge I had gained from the sanctuary was a shield, a clarity that cut through the entity's insidious influence. I understood its nature now, and that understanding, strangely, lessened its power over my fear. After what felt like hours, my internal map guided me to a clearing. It was smaller than the Whispering Falls nexus, overgrown with ancient ferns and shadowed by towering pines. In the center, a solitary, massive stone stood sentinel, unlike any natural rock formation I had seen. It was roughly conical, about 10 feet high, its surface smooth, almost polished, despite centuries of exposure. And etched into its side, weathered but distinct, was another spiral symbol, identical to the one on my locket, but larger, grander. This was the first Nexus anchor. The stone pulsated with a faint, almost imperceptible inner light, a dim echo of the sickly green glow I'd seen earlier, the Shade-Eater's resonance. It had already begun to infect this anchor, trying to twist its purpose. I approached cautiously, my flashlight beam sweeping across the ancient stone. It was cold to the touch, but beneath the surface I could feel a faint vibration, a dormant power. The Skywalker's knowledge clicked into place. I needed to attune to the anchor, to channel my intent, my pure resonance, to cleanse it of the Shade-Eater's influence and reactivate its true purpose. And the locket was the conduit. I pulled the locket from my pocket, its tarnished silver now feeling warm, alive. I placed it against the carved spiral symbol on the anchor stone. For a moment nothing happened. The faint green pulse from the stone continued. The pervasive thrum in the air seemed to intensify, urging me to retreat to doubt. Then the locket began to glow. A soft, golden light emanating from its intricate spiral spread to the carved symbol on the stone. The golden light intensified, pushing back against the sickly green. It was a silent battle of frequencies, a clash of intent. I closed my eyes, focusing all my will, all my intent on the locket, on the anchor. I thought of Lily, her laughter, her innocence, her pure, uncorrupted life. I thought of home, of safety, of everything the Shade-Eater sought to consume. I channeled my fierce paternal love, my unwavering determination to protect her, into the golden light. The stone hummed beneath my hand, a deep, resonant sound that vibrated through the ground, through my body. The golden light flared, enveloping the entire anchor stone, pushing back the pervasive green glow until it vanished completely. The air around me suddenly felt cleaner, lighter, free of the cloying, sweet metallic scent. The oppressive thrum in my mind receded, replaced by a profound sense of calm, of focused energy. The Nexus anchor was activated, cleansed. As the golden light subsided, the spiral symbol on the stone began to glow with its own steady golden radiance, a beacon of pure, harmonious resonance. It wasn't blinding, but a soft, comforting warmth that spread through the clearing, pushing back the shadows, bringing a quiet peace to the ancient forest. I felt a surge of exhaustion, but also exhilaration. 1 down, 2 to go. The journey to the second anchor, located to the east, was even more arduous. The terrain grew steeper, the forest thicker. The mental map I carried was precise, but navigating unfamiliar wilderness in the dark, even with a powerful flashlight, was slow and draining. The pervasive hum of the Shade-Eater was still there, a distant pressure, but the golden glow of the first activated anchor seemed to act as a localized shield, dulling its effect. As I trekked, my thoughts drifted to the Skywalkers. Who were they truly, and why had they left, leaving Earth and its future to the whims of a terrifying entity and a handful of ancient artifacts? The book had mentioned their origin as beings of pure consciousness, drawn to the vibrant resonance of life. Perhaps their non-physical nature made direct intervention difficult, or maybe they simply saw their role as observers and guardians, providing tools for self-defense rather than waging war directly. Or perhaps they too were driven back by a force greater than themselves. The question nagged at me, but for now I had to focus on the task at hand. Hours later, as the first faint hint of dawn began to paint the eastern sky, I found the second Nexus anchor. It was nestled in a small, hidden valley beside a trickling stream, its surface covered in ancient, clinging moss. This anchor was larger, a massive, flat-topped stone altar, almost like a primordial table. The spiral symbol, deeply carved, was at its center. And this time the Shade-Eater's influence was stronger. A flickering, putrid green aura shimmered around the stone, almost like a heat haze, distorting the air. The sweet metallic scent was potent here, almost suffocating. and from the stone itself a faint, insidious whispering emanated, trying to tempt to confuse. I steeled myself, pulling out the locket. The air crackled with a malevolent energy, a direct challenge. The Shade Eater was aware, it knew what I was doing. I placed the locket on the spiral just as before. The golden light erupted, meeting the sickly green. This time the battle was more intense. The stone vibrated violently, the whispers growing louder, more insistent, twisting into phantom voices, calling my name, threatening Lily. You fool mortal, you think to defy us. Your efforts are pathetic. The girl is ours. We will consume her. We will consume you. The mental shouts echoed in my mind, assaulting my resolve. I gritted my teeth, digging my fingers into the cold stone, ignoring the phantom pain, the rising fear. I closed my eyes, focusing all my will, pushing the whispers back. Lily, her face, her laughter, her bravery. I poured every ounce of my love, my defiance, my protection into the locket. The golden light surged, roaring like a silent sun, pushing back the green aura, silencing the whispers. The ancient stone pulsed, vibrating with a furious energy, as if shaking off a millennia-old parasitic grip. Slowly, agonizingly, the green dissipated, like mist before the dawn, banished by the pure, focused resonance of the locket. The second Nexus anchor glowed, not with the gentle radiance of the first, but with a vibrant, intense golden light radiating power, a defiant beacon in the awakening forest. It felt like a triumph, a punch thrown in the face of ancient evil. But it had taken more out of me. I slumped against the stone, gasping for breath, my muscles aching, my head throbbing. The exhaustion was profound, deep in my bones. I had to rest, if only for a few minutes. I pulled out a protein bar, chewed slowly, forcing down the nutrients, trying to regain some energy. The sun was now fully up, casting long, golden shafts of light through the trees. Birds began to sing, a chorus of life, pushing back the lingering dread of the night. The forest, though still ancient and mysterious, felt less overtly hostile now. 2 anchors activated, 1 more. The third anchor was the furthest, located to the west, near the edge of the Blackwood, close to the forested foothills that led down to Havenwood. The Skywalker's mental map showed it to be the largest, the most potent of the anchors, the keystone of their protective grid. I knew this would be the hardest. The Shade Eater would concentrate its remaining power there, its last desperate defense. I pushed myself to my feet, gathering my remaining strength. My legs protested, my body screamed for rest, but the image of Lily's pale, innocent face spurred me on. I had to finish this. The trek to the third anchor was a blur of aching muscles and relentless determination. The forest around me seemed to grow darker even in the morning light. The leaves on the trees appeared duller, the air heavier, the familiar scent of pine giving way to the cloying metallic tang of the Shade Eater's presence. It was as if its remaining power was coalescing, drawing strength from the very life of the forest, concentrating it towards the final anchor. As I neared the location, the thrumming in the air became a physical pressure, a low, guttural roar that vibrated through my chest, making my vision blur at the edges. The sick green light pulsed fiercely through the trees, radiating an intense heat, a palpable malevolence. I broke through the final line of trees into a vast, ancient clearing, and there it was, the third Nexus anchor. It wasn't a stone, but an entire natural amphitheater, a massive depression in the earth, lined with towering, jagged obsidian formations. In its very center, a gigantic crystalline monolith, easily 20 feet tall, stood like a black diamond. Its facets caught the faint, sickly green light, refracting it into 1,000 malevolent shards. And etched into its gleaming surface, larger than any I had seen, was the spiral symbol, glowing with an internal, sinister emerald fire. The entire amphitheater throbbed with the Shade Eater's power. The air was thick, heavy, almost suffocating. Whispers rose from every direction, a cacophony of distorted voices echoing my fears, Lily's vulnerability, my own inadequacy. You cannot win, mortal. Your efforts are futile. The gateway is almost complete. This world will be ours. You are alone. Your daughter will be absorbed. Her essence will fuel our triumph. I stumbled, the sheer force of the entity's psychic assault threatening to overwhelm me. My head felt like it was splitting open, my will wavering under the barrage of fear and doubt. This was its last stand, its most concentrated defense. I dropped to my knees, shaking, but I still held the locket. It was hot in my hand, almost burning, its golden light a faint, struggling spark against the overwhelming emerald fire of the monolith. I forced myself to look at the immense crystal, at the spiral symbol burning with that unholy green. I thought of the Skywalkers, their ancient knowledge, their resilience. I thought of Lily, her bravery, her small hand throwing that rock, her defiant spirit. I refused to give up, not now, not when I was so close. With a primal scream, a roar of pure defiance that tore from my aching lungs, I pushed myself forward, crawling across the rocky ground towards the monolith. Every inch was a struggle, every breath a battle against the suffocating pressure. The whispers grew louder, mocking, triumphant. Pathetic, your spirit is weak, yield. I reached the base of the monolith, gasping for air, my body trembling uncontrollably. I placed the locket, burning hot, against the immense emerald glowing spiral. The clash was instantaneous, violent. A searing golden light exploded from the locket, meeting the emerald fire of the monolith. The air screamed, a sound that seemed to tear the very fabric of reality. The entire amphitheater vibrated, stones cracking, earth shaking. The whispers morphed into shrieks of pure agony and rage, tearing through my mind. The Shade Eater was fighting back, pouring all its remaining energy into defending this final anchor. It knew this was the linchpin, the key to its ultimate victory or defeat. I closed my eyes, letting the immense energy wash over me, trying to channel every last drop of my being, every ounce of my love, my rage, my determination into the locket. Lily, her face, her smile, her life. This was for her. This was to protect her, to protect this world. The golden light flared, impossibly bright, battling the emerald fire, pushing it back, inch by agonizing inch. The monolith itself began to glow, first with the emerald, then with the golden, then with a sickening, flickering struggle between the two. Cracks spiderwebbed across its obsidian surface, glowing with the warring energies. Then, with a final guttural scream that shook the very foundations of the blackwood, the emerald fire on the monolith sputtered, flickered, and died. A wave of pure, intense golden light exploded from the monolith, washing over the entire amphitheater, pushing back the shadows, cleansing the air, silencing the whispers. It wasn't the searing, destructive light of the entity, but a pure, harmonious radiance, a light of restoration and peace. The entire monolith from base to peak glowed with an incredible, steady golden light, pulsating with a gentle, rhythmic hum. It was no longer a sinister black diamond, but a beacon of pure resonance, humming with life. The two other anchors miles away responded. I felt their connection, their combined energy flowing through me, through the locket, through the entire grid. The protective matrix was complete. The pervasive thrumming that had plagued the blackwood for so long, that insidious undertone of the Shade Eater, vanished. The cloying, sweet metallic scent lifted completely, replaced by the clean, crisp scent of pine and damp earth. The pressure in my head, the ache in my chest, all dissipated, leaving behind a profound, almost dizzying sense of relief. I collapsed, utterly spent, my body trembling, my mind reeling. The locket, still in my hand, was now cool, its golden glow faded, but it felt impossibly light, as if its task was complete. I had done it. I had activated the Skywalker's protective grid. The sun was now high in the sky, its natural warmth finally cutting through the remaining chill of the blackwood. The golden light from the three Nexus anchors, though only visible if you truly knew where to look, flowed through the forest, a silent song of harmony. The whispers from the Whispering Falls were gone. The sickly green glow from the chasm was gone. The overwhelming sense of malevolence was gone. The gate, for now, was sealed. But was the Shade Eater truly gone? The Skywalker's knowledge insisted it could not be destroyed, only contained. It had been driven back, its ability to breach this reality severely hampered, its connection to this nexus severed. It would slumber again, perhaps for centuries, perhaps for millennia, waiting for the grid to weaken, for the harmony to fray, for humanity to forget. I lay there for a long time, sprawled on the cold earth, breathing in the clean air, listening to the natural sounds of the forest, the rustling of leaves, the chirping of birds, the gentle murmur of the wind. My body ached in every muscle, but my spirit felt light, victorious. Finally, with immense effort, I pushed myself up. I was exhausted, dehydrated, hungry, but alive, and Lily was safe. That was all that mattered. I looked at the glowing monolith, now a benevolent guardian. The spiral symbol on the locket, a simple mark on tarnished silver, now held a cosmic significance. It was a tangible link to a deeper reality, a symbol of hope and defiance against an ancient darkness. My journey back through the Blackwood was slower, but filled with a different kind of purpose. The forest no longer felt hostile, it felt protected. The air was clear, the sounds of nature vibrant. The ominous shadows were gone, replaced by the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy. As I walked, I thought about what this all meant, not just for Lily and me, but for the world. This hidden war fought in the shadows of an ancient forest, unknown to the vast majority of humanity. The delicate balance between worlds maintained by forgotten guardians and their ancient tools. I was no longer just Tom Harrison, graphic designer. I was something more, a reluctant guardian, a keeper of forgotten knowledge. My eyes had been opened to a truth both terrifying and awe-inspiring. I reached my car just as dusk began to fall again. It felt like an eternity since I had left, a lifetime lived in a single weekend. I was covered in dirt, scratches, and exhaustion, but I was whole. The drive back to Havenwood was a quiet relief. The small town, with its quaint houses and familiar streets, looked impossibly peaceful, oblivious to the cosmic drama that had unfolded just miles away. I parked in my driveway, the porch light a welcoming beacon. My house, small and unassuming, felt like the most sacred sanctuary in the world. I let myself in quietly. The house was still silent. Lily would be asleep. I went straight to the shower, washing away the dirt, the sweat, the lingering scent of ancient magic and malevolence. The hot water soothed my aching muscles, but the memories, the knowledge, they were indelible. After I crept into Lily's room, she was sleeping soundly, curled up beneath her duvet, her red hair spread across the pillow. Her face was peaceful, serene, free of the haunting fear that had etched her features just days ago. I stood there for a long moment, just watching her, a fresh wave of emotion washing over me. Relief, love, and a profound, silent vow. I would protect her, always, and now I knew how. I took the locket from my pocket. It was cold, inert, but impossibly heavy with its newfound meaning. It was not just a relic, it was a promise. The next morning, Lily woke up, bright-eyed and energetic, looking more like herself than I had seen her in days. "Morning, Dad, you're back," she exclaimed, rushing to hug me. "How was your work trip?" I hugged her back tightly, inhaling the familiar scent of her hair, the normalcy of her. "It was good, Lilybug finished up everything." I smiled, a genuine smile that reached my eyes. "And I got you something." I pulled out the locket. Her eyes widened, not with fear, but with curiosity. "The pretty one, the one you found, is it for me?" "Yes, honey, it's for you," I said, placing it in her small palm. "It's very special. It's a reminder of how brave you are, how strong, and it's a protector. It'll keep you safe always." She turned it over, examining the intricate spiral symbol, her brow furrowed in concentration. "It feels warm," she mumbled. I knew it did. It had attuned to my intent, to my protection of her, to the harmonious resonance of a father's love. It was more than just metal. It was a piece of pure intent, a guardian. "Keep it close, Lilybug," I said, gently closing her fingers around it. "Always." She nodded, a serious expression on her face. "I will, Dad." Life slowly began to return to a new normal. Lily was back to her usual self, full of boundless energy and curiosity. The nightmares seemed to have faded, or at least she no longer spoke of them. The locket, she wore it constantly, tucked beneath her shirt, a secret comfort. For me, though, the world had irrevocably changed. I saw the Blackwood with new eyes, aware of the ancient energies that flowed beneath its surface, the delicate balance that held back the darkness. I carried the knowledge of the Skywalkers, the grim understanding of the Shade Eater, the heavy responsibility of a reluctant guardian. I spent my free time poring over old maps, cross-referencing Gideon Finch's book, searching for any other anomalies, any other potential threats. I learned to read the subtle signs of the forest, to feel the resonance of the earth. I knew the gate was sealed, but for how long? The Shade Eater would return eventually. The Skywalkers had warned of its relentless nature. My graphic design work seemed trivial now, a mundane distraction from the profound truths I had witnessed. But it also provided a facade of normalcy, a way to support Lily, to provide her with the stable, loving home she deserved. One evening a few months later, as Lily and I sat on the porch watching the stars emerge, a thought struck me. Lily, with her inherent connection to pure resonance, her star rock, her ability to disrupt the Shade Eater, she was special. More than just a key to a gate, she was a natural conduit for harmonious resonance. She was a Skywalker in spirit, if not in bloodline, and the locket attuned to her was a powerful tool in her hands. Perhaps, I thought, as a faint shimmer of golden light seemed to pulse from beneath Lily's shirt, the future of this world, the true guardians, wasn't me, the scared graphic designer, it was her. And my role was simply to teach her, to guide her, to prepare her for a world she now understood better than most. But for now, there was peace, a fragile, hard-won peace. The Blackwood hummed with a different kind of energy now, a quiet, harmonious hum, a testament to the ancient magic of the Skywalkers and the fierce love of a father. It was enough for now, until the whispers returned. The whispers returned, not at first in Lily's dreams or even mine, but in the subtle shift of the air itself. It began months after the confrontation, a slow, almost imperceptible fraying at the edges of the hard-won peace. The Blackwood, which had for a time hummed with a quiet, harmonious energy, now seemed to hold its breath. The clean scent of pine, once so invigorating, occasionally carried a faint, almost ghost-like echo of the sweet metallic tang I had come to dread. I noticed it first, of course. My senses, sharpened by the crucible of cosmic horror, were now attuned to the subtle shifts in resonance. I'd find myself pausing mid-stride during a walk with Lily, tilting my head, trying to pinpoint the source of a barely audible, low thrum that seemed to vibrate just beneath the threshold of hearing. Lily, for her part, remained outwardly oblivious, her laughter still echoing freely through the house, her energy boundless. She still wore the locket, a secret comfort tucked beneath her shirt, a symbol of protection that had grown into a treasured memento. But sometimes, when she thought I wasn't looking, her small hand would unconsciously go to it, a fleeting gesture of connection to something she no longer consciously remembered, but perhaps felt. My nights, however, were no longer peaceful. The whispers began to seep into my own dreams, not as direct messages, but as an unsettling hum, a discordant note in the silent symphony of sleep. Images flashed, a shimmering green haze over the distant mountains, the unsettling, undulating form of the Shade Eater, its fragmented consciousness slowly, inexorably recoalescing. The Skywalker's knowledge had been clear. It could not be destroyed, only contained. And containment, by its very nature, was temporary. The first clear sign came 3 weeks later. Lily woke up not with a nightmare, but with a vague sense of unease. "Dad," she said over breakfast, pushing around her cereal, "I think I heard something last night, like a song, but not really a song, more like a really quiet hum." Her eyes darted towards the window, a flicker of the old apprehension returning. My blood ran cold, the humming, the shade-eater, it was reaching out again. "What kind of hum, sweetie?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. She frowned, trying to articulate it. "Like a big bee buzzing, but really, really far away," and it felt a little sleepy. Sleepy, the great sleeper, its influence was insidious, beginning gently, lulling its prey. The Skywalker's grid, for all its power, was a defense, not a final solution. It had weakened, perhaps naturally over time, or perhaps under the relentless, patient pressure of the entity. I reassured Lily, told her it was probably just a dream, but inside a knot of dread tightened in my stomach. The fragile peace was indeed fraying. I needed to act, but how? The Skywalker's knowledge was vast, but it mostly detailed the initial activation of the grid. It didn't offer a manual for maintenance or reactivation once the entity began to exert pressure again. I had sealed the gate, but the Shade-Eater was like a virus, constantly probing, adapting, seeking new vulnerabilities. My research intensified. Every spare moment was spent poring over Finch's book, rereading the stored knowledge in my mind, searching for any overlooked detail. I revisited Lorekeeper's forum, hoping for new insights, but it remained a collection of cryptic theories and dismissed anomalies. The Skywalkers had foreseen this, of course. They had known the Shade-Eater was relentless. What had they intended for this stage? Then a fragment of information, previously overlooked in the torrent of initial download, resurfaced in my mind. It was a secondary protocol, a contingency. The Nexus anchors, once activated, did not simply remain static. They required periodic recalibration, a subtle reattunement to their conductor. More importantly, the central sanctuary, the one beneath the giant tree, held a conduit stone, a smaller, portable fragment of the Great Central Book, designed to assist in this ongoing vigilance. It was a tool for deeper attunement, for listening to the resonance of the grid, for sensing the Shade-Eater's subtle incursions. The thought sent a jolt of renewed purpose through me. I didn't need to reactivate the anchors, I needed to listen. I needed to understand the nature of the Shade-Eater's new approach. The drive to the Blackwood felt different this time. No longer the raw fear of the first journey or the grim determination of the second. Now it was a quiet, almost weary resolve. I parked at the trailhead, the familiar tang of pine needles and damp earth filling the air, though I could now detect that faint, unsettling metallic undertone. The hike was a blur. My body moved on autopilot, familiar with the treacherous path, my mind focused on the task ahead. The deeper I went, the more pronounced the hum became, not yet the aggressive thrum of the gate's completion, but a pervasive, subtle vibration that settled deep in my chest. The bioluminescent moss at the base of the giant tree seemed dimmer, its blue-green glow fighting against an encroaching, almost invisible gray haze. The hidden door to the sanctuary opened with the familiar golden shimmer as I pressed the locket against its spiral. Inside, the air was cold, pristine, but I could feel a faint tension in the atmosphere, a subtle vibration that wasn't there before. The symbols on the walls, once vibrant with stored knowledge, now pulsed more subtly, as if conserving energy. I approached the dais where the ancient book lay open. Its pages, once glowing, were now muted, their symbols holding a faint, internal luminescence. The conduit stone was not immediately visible. The Skywalker's memory guided me. It was not a prominent display, but a hidden tool, subtly integrated into the dais itself. My hand swept over the smooth stone, feeling for a hidden recess. I found it, a small, almost invisible compartment, no larger than my palm, nestled within the side of the dais. As I touched it, the golden light of the Skywalker symbols on the walls flared, briefly illuminating the recess. Inside, resting on a bed of finely carved obsidian dust, was a dark, smooth stone about the size of a pigeon's egg. It was perfectly spherical, almost mirror-like, and upon its surface, intricately etched, was the familiar spiral symbol. This was it, the conduit stone. I picked it up. It was surprisingly light, yet it radiated a cool, smooth energy. As I held it, a faint, rhythmic pulse started in my palm, mirroring the distant thrum in the Blackwood, but translating it. It wasn't just a physical vibration. It was information, resonance data flowing into my mind, clearer and more precise than the raw input of the locket. The conduit stone revealed the extent of the Shade-Eater's renewed assault. It wasn't trying to force the main gate open directly, not yet. Instead, it was patiently probing for weaknesses, for microfissures in the veil between worlds. It was creating new, smaller bleed-throughs, ephemeral points of weakened reality, less powerful than the main gate, but more numerous, more insidious. It was like a spider spinning 1,000 nearly invisible threads, each one a tiny lure, a subtle whisper seeking to ensnare new victims, to gather enough resonance to fuel a full breach once more. And these bleed-throughs were not just physical locations. They were connected to emotional resonance, to places of sorrow, loneliness, or profound longing. The Shade-Eater was learning. It was targeting the vulnerable, drawing them in with illusory comfort, false promises, preying on their deepest emotional needs, mimicking the harmonious resonance of life to lure them into its discordant grasp. The conduit stone showed me shimmering points on a mental map of Havenwood and the Blackwood's edges. One point, disturbingly close to Havenwood, pulsed with a particular intensity. It was near the old orphanage, a place with its own history of sadness and forgotten dreams, and the resonance was growing. This was a new, more dangerous phase. The Shade Eater wasn't just a brute force, it was intelligent, adaptable, learning from its previous defeats. It was a predator honing its hunting skills. I clutched the conduit stone, the information both terrifying and empowering. I knew its new strategy, but how to counter it? The Skywalker's knowledge flowed, detailing how to use the conduit stone to sense these bleed-throughs and, crucially, how to harmonize them. It required a directed resonance, a projection of pure positive intent amplified by the conduit stone and the locket. It was a subtle, almost surgical process, requiring focus and emotional purity. And that's when the most chilling details surfaced. These new bleed-throughs, these subtle gateways, were not just for assimilation, they were for scouting. The Shade Eater was not just trying to lure children. It was looking for power, for sources of strong, pure resonance to accelerate its regrowth. And one particular resonance stood out on the mental map, a vibrant, unmistakable beacon drawing its focused attention. Lily. My heart hammered against my ribs. It wasn't enough to simply protect her. Her innate Skywalker resonance, the very quality that made her pure and powerful, also made her a prime target. The locket protected her directly, but the Shade Eater was seeking other avenues, other ways to draw her in, to understand her power, to eventually exploit it. I had to return to Havenwood. I had to defend the bleed-throughs one by one before they coalesced, before they provided the Shade Eater with enough information and power to directly target Lily again. The trek back was more urgent, fueled by a renewed sense of terror and determination. The sun was setting, painting the sky in fiery hues, but my mind was fixed on the encroaching darkness. The first bleed-through was, as the conduit stone indicated, indeed near the old orphanage. It was a crumbling Victorian-era building on the outskirts of Havenwood, long abandoned, its windows like vacant eyes staring out at the world. The kind of place children dared each other to enter on Halloween. I arrived under the cover of dusk, the conduit stone pulsing faintly in my hand, guiding me. The air grew colder, heavier, even outside the orphanage grounds. A subtle, almost imperceptible green shimmer hung in the air, a sign of the entity's nascent presence. And the whispers were back, not loud, but a pervasive, almost subliminal hum, a siren's song of false comfort and forgotten dreams. I found the focal point in the overgrown garden, beneath a gnarled, ancient oak tree whose branches drooped like weeping arms. The ground around it felt strangely soft, almost spongy, and the sickly sweet metallic scent was strongest here. The bleed-through was a swirling vortex of shimmering green, no larger than a dinner plate, an ephemeral tear in the fabric of reality. It hummed with a low, insidious energy, a whisper that tugged at the edges of my mind, promising solace, understanding, relief from the burdens of life. I gripped the locket, pulled it out. This wasn't about raw power, it was about focused intent. The Skywalker's knowledge flooded my mind. I needed to project a harmonious resonance, a counter-frequency of peace and healing to mend the tear. I closed my eyes, focusing on the conduit stone, feeling its cool, smooth energy. I channeled my intent, not just my love for Lily, but a broader sense of compassion, of healing, of mending the brokenness that the orphanage represented. I thought of the forgotten children, their lost dreams, and projected a wave of peaceful solace, a gentle acceptance of their pain through the locket and the stone. The golden light flared from the locket, meeting the green shimmer of the bleed-through. This wasn't a violent clash like with the anchors. It was a subtle merging, a harmonious absorption. The green shimmer flickered, then began to fade, drawn into the golden light. The whispers quieted, dissolving into silence. The air grew lighter, cleaner, the cold receding. Slowly, gently, the shimmering vortex contracted, shrinking until it vanished entirely. The air around the old oak tree felt pristine, clean. The ground solidified beneath my feet, the bleed-through was sealed. I sagged against the tree, exhausted but exhilarated. One down, but how many more? The conduit stone, now warm in my hand, pulsed with a quieter, calmer rhythm. It showed me other points on the mental map, faint, glowing embers scattered across the Blackwood and its periphery. Some were far deeper in the wilderness, others disturbingly close to residential areas or places frequented by people. Each one a tiny tear, a potential lure. I spent the next few days in a relentless, secret campaign. During the day, I maintained a facade of normalcy for Lily, driving her to school, doing my graphic design work, answering her endless questions about the world. But at night, armed with the locket and the conduit stone, I became a silent guardian, patrolling the edges of Havenwood, venturing into the quieter parts of the Blackwood. I sealed a bleed-through in a forgotten lover's lane, a place of heartbreak and yearning. Another in a desolate, overgrown corner of the town cemetery, a nexus of grief. A third near a lonely hiking trail where people often sought solitude, perhaps too much. Each time it was a battle of wills, a projection of pure, compassionate intent against the insidious lures of the Shade Eater. Each time, the golden light of the locket and the conduit stone gently absorbed the sickly green shimmer, sealing the tear, bringing a quiet peace to the afflicted spot. The process was draining. Physically, I was constantly tired, running on caffeine and pure adrenaline. Emotionally, it was a constant balancing act, pouring out my own positive resonance, my own compassion, while battling the constant psychic drain of the Shade Eater's whispers. The entity, though repelled, grew increasingly aware of my actions. The whispers in my mind grew sharper, more focused, threatening, twisting my own anxieties about Lily, about my ability to protect her against me. You waste your efforts, mortal. We are legion. You cannot stop the tide. We will find her. We will consume her. And then we will consume you. I gritted my teeth, pushing back, refusing to let its insidious voice take root. Lily was my anchor, my purpose. One evening I returned home, utterly exhausted. Lily was already asleep, the house quiet. I sat at my desk, the conduit stone still pulsing faintly in my hand, the locket heavy around my neck. The mental map it projected showed fewer bleed-throughs now, the glowing embers largely extinguished. I had made a difference. But one point still pulsed with a troubling intensity. It was deep in the Blackwood, near a seldom visited part of the Whispering Falls area, but not at the main gate itself. This bleed-through was different. It wasn't the ephemeral shimmer of the others. It was larger, more stable, almost like a miniature version of the original gate, though without the blinding light. And the resonance coming from it was unique. It resonated with a profound sense of loneliness. A deep, ancient sorrow combined with a strange, almost innocent curiosity. It was unsettling. The Shade Eater was preying on something primal here, something deeper than human emotion. The Skywalker's knowledge chimed in. This particular resonance suggested a being of significant energetic signature, not human, but something ancient, possibly even elemental. The Shade Eater wasn't just creating bleed-throughs, it was actively corrupting existing ley lines, existing magical pathways. And if it could corrupt something this ancient, this powerful, it could create a permanent conduit, bypassing the sealed gate entirely. I knew with a chilling certainty that this would be the most dangerous bleed-through yet. It was too stable, too powerful. It wasn't just a tear, it was a festering wound in reality, a new nexus of dark energy building. And Lily's unique resonance, her powerful song, was still the ultimate prize. I kissed Lily's forehead as she slept, a silent promise hanging in the air. I'll be back, bug. This time I packed more carefully. Not just survival gear, but items that might help ground my own intent. A small, smooth river stone Lily had given me, a faded photograph of us laughing together. Anything to reinforce my positive resonance against what I knew would be a powerful psychic assault. The journey into the Blackwood was harrowing. The ambient thrum grew into a low roar, shaking the ground, vibrating through my chest. The sickly green haze was palpable, thicker than any I had encountered before, clinging to the trees like a malevolent fog. And the whispers were no longer merely voices, they were a cacophony, a discordant chorus of fragmented thoughts, fears, and dark promises trying to worm their way into my mind to shatter my resolve. Foolish mortal, you cannot touch this one, it is ours, a gift, a pathway, we will rise. I pushed through, my mind a fortress of focused intent, the locket hot against my skin, the conduit stone pulsing like a frantic heart in my hand. I reached the site just as dawn broke, painting the eastern sky in bruised purples and grays. The clearing was shrouded in a thick, unholy green mist emanating from a swirling vortex in the center. This vortex was easily 10 feet across, a mauve emerald light distorting the air around it, radiating intense cold and an overwhelming sense of ancient despair. The loneliness I had sensed through the conduit stone was a physical presence here, crushing heavy. But within the vortex, something shimmered, not a human form, but a vague, ethereal outline, almost transparent, yet radiating a profound sense of presence. It was a being of pure light, a benevolent spirit now trapped, ensnared by the Shade Eater's corruption. Its form pulsed with that innocent curiosity, but also with immense pain, a silent scream of betrayal. This was the ancient something the Shade Eater was corrupting. The entity's whispers intensified, directly assaulting my mind, trying to break my focus. Observe, mortal, witness our power. We have enslaved a nature spirit, a pure echo of this world's heart. Its resonance will open the ultimate gate. You cannot save it, you cannot save her. My stomach clenched, a nature spirit, a being of pure harmonious resonance now being twisted, inverted, its essence siphoned to create a dark conduit. This was far worse than simply luring children. This was an active act of cosmic corruption, perverting the very fabric of the world. I stumbled, the sheer weight of malevolence, the overwhelming psychic assault threatening to buckle my knees. The Shade Eater knew this was a critical juncture. It was throwing everything it had at me. I gripped the locket, pressing the conduit stone against it, trying to focus, to channel the Skywalker's knowledge. This wasn't about simply sealing a bleed-through. It was about releasing the corrupted spirit, about restoring its harmonious resonance, and in doing so, mending the deeper wound. The Skywalker's knowledge flowed, detailing a complex process. I couldn't simply project light. I needed to create a resonant key, a specific harmonic frequency that would sever the Shade Eater's parasitic connection without harming the spirit itself. It required an almost meditative focus, a precise mental calibration, a deep empathy. I closed my eyes, fighting against the screaming whispers, focusing on the locket, on the stone, on the trapped spirit. I tried to connect with its essence to understand its pain, its purity. I imagined Lily, her innocence, her vibrant energy, her connection to the natural world. I poured my love for her, my fierce protective instinct, my compassion for the trapped spirit into the conduit stone. The golden light flared, not just from the locket, but from the conduit stone, expanding into a shimmering sphere around me. It was a barrier pushing back the green mist, the chilling cold, the screaming whispers. Then I began to hum. A low, guttural vibration at first, then rising, becoming a pure, resonant tone, not with my voice, but a sound generated purely from my intent, amplified by the locket and stone, projected directly into the vortex. It was the song the Skywalkers had described, a harmonic frequency of pure resonance. The vortex shrieked. The emerald light pulsed violently, trying to shatter my focus, trying to drown out the golden song. The whispers turned to guttural roars of rage and agony. The very ground trembled. But I held fast, pouring every ounce of my being into the harmonic tone, into the golden light. I felt a connection with the trapped spirit, a silent plea for release, for healing. I felt the immense energy being siphoned from it by the Shade Eater, the parasitic tendrils of dark energy wrapped around its essence. With a surge of desperation, I mentally pushed, focusing all my intent on severing those tendrils, on restoring the spirit's own pure resonance. The golden light intensified, becoming blinding, roaring outward like a silent sun. A deafening crack rent the air, not of stone, but of reality itself tearing. The emerald vortex exploded in a flash of sickening green, dissipating into nothingness. The overwhelming cold vanished, replaced by a sudden warmth. The crushing whispers were gone, replaced by a profound, echoing silence. And in the center of the clearing, no longer trapped, stood the nature spirit. It was no longer a vague outline, but a clearly defined form, tall and slender, composed of shimmering emerald green light like pure energy. It looked like a guardian of the forest, ancient and wise, its features indistinct, but its presence radiating pure, benevolent power. It turned its head towards me, a silent, knowing gaze. There was no pain now, only profound gratitude, a wave of gentle energy washing over me, rejuvenating my depleted spirit. It was a silent acknowledgement, a blessing. Then, with a gentle swirl of light, the spirit dissolved, its essence flowing back into the ancient trees, into the damp earth, into the very air of the Blackwood, restoring balance, healing the deeper wound. I collapsed to my knees, utterly spent, panting, the locket and conduit stone falling from my grasp. My body ached, my mind reeled, but I felt an immense sense of peace, a quiet triumph. The Shade Eater had been driven back from this new, critical nexus. The corrupted pathway was closed, the spirit freed. The sun, now fully risen, poured golden light into the clearing, warming my face. The trees stood tall and vibrant, their leaves rustling gently in the morning breeze. The Blackwood, for now, was truly silent, truly at peace. I lay there for what felt like hours, simply breathing, letting the warmth of the sun and the healing energy of the forest seep into my weary bones. The locket and conduit stone lay beside me, inert, their immediate task complete. Finally, I pushed myself up, my muscles screaming in protest. I retrieved the locket and stone, securing them. The mental map on the conduit stone was clear, all the major bleed-throughs were gone. The Skywalker's grid, reinforced by the release of the nature spirit, was strong. But the Shade Eater was not destroyed. It had merely retreated, its current efforts foiled. It would return, it always did. I knew then that my role as a guardian was not a temporary assignment. It was a lifelong commitment. The Skywalkers had left these tools, this knowledge, for a reason. Not to wage war, but to maintain balance, to be the silent sentinels against a cosmic horror. My journey back through the Blackwood was a slow, contemplative trek. The forest felt different again, imbued with a quiet power, a revitalized harmony. I was a part of it now, connected to its ancient pulse. Reaching my car, I felt the exhaustion settle deep into my core. My clothes were torn, my face streaked with dirt, my body bruised, but my spirit was resolute. The drive back to Havenwood was peaceful. The town, waking up to a sunny Saturday, seemed oblivious to the hidden battle that had been fought in its shadow. I returned home, slipping in quietly. Lily was still asleep. I showered, the hot water washing away the grime, but not the memories. I crept into Lily's room. She was stirring, a soft sigh escaping her lips. The locket tucked beneath her pajamas seemed to pulse with a faint, almost invisible golden light, a silent echo of the harmony I had restored. She opened her eyes, blinking sleepily. "Dad, you're back already," she yawned, then smiled. "I had a nice dream about bright, happy lights." My heart swelled, the healing resonance had reached her, even in her sleep. "That's good, Lilybug," I whispered, pressing a kiss to her forehead. "Very good." I knew the peace was fragile. I knew the Shade Eater would return, would evolve, would seek new ways to breach our world, to claim Lily's unique resonance. But I also knew now that I was not alone. The Skywalker's legacy lived on through me, through Lily, through the ancient harmony of the Blackwood. And I was ready. I would learn, I would adapt, I would protect. This was my new normal. This was my purpose. But the threat was not truly gone. It had merely been pushed back into the depths, its hunger sated for a time but never truly extinguished. The next phase, I realized, would be about understanding its true nature, its origins, and finding a way to truly neutralize it, not just repel it. But that was a task for another day, another journey. For now, there was peace and a chance to prepare. A chance to teach Lily, to show her the true potential of her own bright, happy light. The quiet hum of peace settled over Havenwood, a fragile melody that masked the deep currents flowing beneath. For a while, the nights were truly silent, the Blackwood a benevolent presence on the horizon. Lily blossomed, her laughter echoing through the house, a pure, vibrant sound that was the greatest reward for my sleepless nights and bruised body. She still wore the locket, now a cherished trinket rather than a source of unease, and her dreams were indeed filled with bright, happy lights. For me, however, the peace was not one of oblivion, but of heightened awareness. The world had shifted on its axis, and I now saw the threads of cosmic influence woven into the mundane. My graphic design work became a necessary background hum, a way to maintain the illusion of normalcy for Lily, but my true focus was on the silent war. Every spare moment was dedicated to the Skywalker's knowledge, poring over the mental library I now carried, trying to decipher the true nature of the Shade Eater, its origins, and most importantly, how to truly neutralize it. The Skywalkers had provided tools for containment and repulsion, but the ultimate destruction of such an entity seemed a question they had either not addressed, or perhaps left for a later stage of understanding. Their focus had been on maintaining balance, not eradicating cosmic forces. My instincts, however, screamed that containment was merely a postponement. The Shade Eater's relentless nature demanded a more permanent solution. My research led me down increasingly esoteric paths within the Skywalker's lore. I learned of their grand design, not just the protective grid on Earth, but a vast network of such grids across countless worlds, each tailored to the unique energetic signatures of its inhabitants and the specific threats it faced. The Shade Eater, I discovered, was not unique to Earth. It was an interdimensional parasite, a primordial force of entropy that had plagued the cosmos for eons, drawn to the vibrant resonance of nascent life, consuming it to fuel its endless expansion. It was known by many names across different civilizations: the Great Sleeper, the Soul Eater, the Shadow Blight. Its core nature, however, was always the same, a being of pure discord, a consumer of harmony, an emptiness seeking to fill itself with the resonance of others. The Skywalkers themselves were not truly beings in our understanding. They were, as the book hinted, pure consciousness, highly evolved resonant entities whose purpose was to cultivate and protect life's harmonious song across the multiverse. They didn't wage wars in the conventional sense, but rather orchestrated cosmic defenses, provided knowledge, and empowered emergent guardians. The more I learned, the more I understood the profound challenge ahead. How could a single mortal, a graphic designer from Havenwood, hope to destroy an entity that had existed since before stars were born, a force that traversed dimensions? It felt impossible, overwhelming. But then I looked at Lily, her bright, innocent eyes, and the impossibility dissolved into fierce resolve. I had to try, for her, for this world. One evening, as Lily sat sketching at the kitchen table, humming a tuneless melody, I took a deep breath. It was time to begin her education, gently, subtly. "Lilybug," I began, my voice soft, "can I tell you a story?" She looked up, her red hair falling across her face. "Is it a fairy tale?" "Sort of," I said, pulling up a chair opposite her. "It's about a very special girl who had a secret power that helped her understand the world in a different way. She could feel the good in things, the happiness, the way things were supposed to be, and sometimes she could even make that goodness stronger." Lily's eyes widened, intrigued, like a superhero. I smiled, even better, because her power wasn't about flying or super strength. It was about feeling, about connecting with the harmony of everything around her, and she had a special locket just like yours. I gestured to the tarnished silver spiral peeking from beneath her shirt. She touched it, a thoughtful expression on her face. Did it help her? It did. It helped her focus her feelings, her good thoughts, and send them out into the world, to make it a better place, to push back anything that tried to make things sad or scary. "Like the whispers?" she asked suddenly, her voice dropping. My heart skipped a beat. She remembered, or rather she felt their echo. Yes, like the whispers, the locket helped her make those whispers quiet and fill the world with happy light instead. She looked at me, a spark of understanding in her eyes. "So if I feel sad or scared, or if I hear a quiet hum, I can hold my locket and think happy thoughts?" "Exactly," I affirmed, relief washing over me. "And the stronger your happy thoughts, the stronger the locket glows, even if you can't see it. It helps you make your own bright, happy lights." This was the beginning. Over the next few weeks, I wove lessons into our daily lives. We'd walk in the Blackwood and I'd point out the vibrant energy of the trees, the peaceful flow of the stream. "Feel that, Lily?" I'd ask. "That's the forest humming its happy song. Can you feel it too?" She would close her eyes, her small hand instinctively going to her locket, a faint smile gracing her lips. "I can, Dad. It feels warm." Sometimes I'd bring the conduit stone with me, keeping it hidden, subtly allowing its resonance to flow into her environment, guiding her nascent senses without overwhelming her. I saw her innate abilities sharpening, her connection to pure resonance growing more profound. She wasn't just feeling the harmony, she was subtly interacting with it. A wilting plant would perk up after she'd focused on it with her locket. A frightened stray cat would calm under her gentle touch, its fear seemingly dissolving. She was a natural, she was a Skywalker in essence. My own research continued in tandem. The Skywalker's lore contained hints of other artifacts, tools designed not just for defense but for deeper understanding and manipulation of resonant energy. One artifact mentioned only briefly was called the Chrono Key. It was described as a device capable of interacting with the resonance of time itself, allowing its wielder to glimpse echoes of the past, to understand the causal chains that led to present realities. This sparked a dangerous, thrilling idea. If I could understand the origin of the Shade Eater, its first appearance in this dimension, its initial weaknesses, perhaps I could find a way to sever its connection to this reality entirely, not just contain it. The Chrono Key was said to be hidden, not in the sanctuary, but in a separate, even more ancient location, a place known as the Echoing Grove. The Skywalkers had placed it there after their direct intervention on Earth had ceased, deeming it too powerful, too potentially disruptive for casual use. Its location was cryptic, described only as where the ancient river flows backward and the echoes of time sing in stone. Finding the Echoing Grove became my new obsession. It wasn't on Gideon Finch's crude map. It required deciphering layers of Skywalker metaphor and astronomical alignments I barely understood. I spent countless nights cross-referencing ancient star charts with topographical maps of the Blackwood, looking for anomalies, for places where geological formations defied natural explanation. The Skywalker's descriptions, once I filtered out the poetry, hinted at a specific celestial alignment that would briefly illuminate the grove's entrance. A particular planetary conjunction that occurred only once every few decades. I calculated the next occurrence. It was just a few weeks away. The preparation for this journey was different. It wasn't a desperate sprint against an immediate threat, but a calculated expedition into deeper mystery. I trained my body, practiced my mental focus, knowing that interacting with time resonance would demand immense discipline. I also began to prepare Lily for my absence, framing it as a longer work trip, which she accepted with a sigh but also a newfound resilience. The locket, she assured me, would keep her company. The day of the celestial alignment arrived, a crisp, clear night under a sky ablaze with stars. I kissed Lily goodbye, a lump in my throat, and drove to the Blackwood, leaving a note for Mrs. Henderson, a prearranged signal for my prolonged absence. The hike was long, taking me deeper into previously unexplored regions of the ancient forest. The conduit stone pulsed faintly, guiding me, but its energy felt different here, resonating with something profoundly ancient, a stillness that hummed with latent power. Hours later, I found it, the Echoing Grove. It wasn't a clearing, but a vast natural cavern, its entrance obscured by a waterfall that seemed to flow upward in places, shimmering with an ethereal light. The ancient river flowing backward was not literal, but a powerful ley line, a current of cosmic energy that flowed against the natural order, creating a pocket of temporal distortion. I pushed through the veil of the shimmering water, stepping into the cavern. The air inside was still cold, heavy with the scent of damp earth and something else, something metallic and sharp like ozone or ancient magic. The walls of the cavern were smooth, almost polished, carved with intricate spirals and glyphs that seemed to writhe with their own internal light. And then I understood the echoes of time sing in stone. As I listened, truly listened, I could hear faint whispers, not of the Shade Eater, but of countless voices, fragments of conversations, ancient animal calls, the gentle murmur of long-dead rivers, all reverberating through the stone, playing simultaneously yet faintly distinct. It was the resonance of history compressed and echoing. In the center of the cavern, bathed in the soft, ethereal glow filtering from the upward-flowing water, stood a solitary pedestal. Upon it rested the Chrono Key. It was not what I expected. Not a grand, intricate device, but a simple, polished sphere of what looked like solidified starlight, no larger than a human eye. It pulsed with a gentle, multi-hued internal light, shifting from deep indigo to shimmering silver like a tiny galaxy held in stasis. Etched into its surface was a single, perfect spiral, smaller than the one on my locket, but radiating immense power. I approached cautiously, my heart pounding. This was it, the key to understanding, the key to the Shade Eater's demise. As I reached for it, the whispers in the cavern intensified, not malevolent, but overwhelming, a cacophony of compressed time threatening to shatter my mind. The conduit stone in my hand vibrated furiously, trying to filter the deluge of information. I steeled myself, focusing all my will. I pulled out my locket, placing it against the Chrono Key. The golden light of the locket met the swirling starlight of the sphere. The whispers in the cavern softened, coalescing not into coherent voices but into a more manageable hum, a river of temporal data flowing into my mind, filtered by the conduit stone. The Skywalker's knowledge, enhanced by the Chrono Key, began to explain its operation. It wasn't a time machine, it was a temporal resonance amplifier. By focusing my intent on a specific entity or event, the key would filter the echoes of that event across time, allowing me to perceive its resonance signature at different points in history. I closed my eyes, picturing the Shade Eater, its undulating form, its destructive hunger, its pervasive discord. I poured my intent, my unwavering focus, into the chrono key. The starlight sphere flared, becoming blindingly bright, its colors swirling faster. The echoes in the cavern deepened, becoming clearer. And then I saw it. Not with my eyes, but with my mind, a cascade of images, a torrent of resonant data. I witnessed the Shade Eater's arrival on Earth not once, but many times over millennia. Each time it was repelled by the nascent Skywalker grid, driven back into the void. But then a new set of images emerged, disturbing, revealing a pattern the Skywalkers had perhaps overlooked, or deemed too dangerous to record directly in their primary knowledge. The Shade Eater didn't just stumble upon Earth. It was drawn here, drawn by a specific powerful resonant frequency, a frequency that pulsed from deep within the Earth itself, a core of pure, vibrant, untamed life energy, a raw, harmonious resonance that was both a beacon and a lure. And this core resonance, I realized with a sickening jolt, was slowly, subtly being corrupted, not by the Shade Eater directly, but by an external influence. A slow, insidious poisoning of the planet's life force, creating discordant pockets that acted as secondary anchors for the Shade Eater. The Skywalkers had contained the gate, but they hadn't addressed the underlying attractant, the gradual weakening of Earth's own resonant health. The chrono key showed me flashes of this corruption, subtle shifts in the planet's magnetic field, strange energy signatures emanating from beneath ancient volcanic sites, a creeping discord affecting the very geological strata. It was like a slow-growing cancer nurtured by something else, something I couldn't yet identify through the temporal echoes. But this corruption created the vulnerabilities the Shade Eater exploited. The images then shifted, focusing on the Shade Eater's own origins. It wasn't born of discord, it was a fragment, a primal entity fractured during a catastrophic cosmic event in a distant galaxy countless eons ago. Its original form was a being of immense, raw potentiality, neither good nor evil, but a force of pure, undirected cosmic energy. When it fractured, one piece became the Shade Eater, driven by an insatiable hunger to reconstitute itself, to consume and absorb all other forms of resonance in a desperate attempt to become whole again. It saw all life as fragments of itself, awaiting reabsorption. And this was the crucial detail. If it was a fragment, then there might be a way to restore its wholeness, to heal it rather than just destroy it, to bring it back to its original state of undirected potentiality, removing its parasitic hunger. This wasn't about fighting an evil, it was about mending a broken thing. The chrono key pulsed, the images fading, the whispers in the cavern receding. I opened my eyes, gasping for breath, my mind reeling from the sheer magnitude of the information. The Shade Eater was not just an enemy, it was a cosmic wound. And Earth, with its uniquely vibrant core resonance, was a magnet, a siren song for its endless hunger. The solution then was twofold. First, to heal the slow corruption of Earth's core resonance, to remove the lure. Second, to find a way to reconstitute the Shade Eater, to mend its brokenness. And for the second part, the chrono key hinted at a specific resonant frequency, a lullaby of wholeness, that could be broadcast across dimensions. A specific harmonic that would resonate with the fractured essence of the Shade Eater, compelling it towards reintegration rather than consumption. But how do you heal a planet's core? How do you broadcast a cosmic lullaby? The Skywalkers' knowledge, vast as it was, became maddeningly cryptic at this point. They had understood the problem, perhaps, but had never enacted this ultimate solution, choosing containment instead. Perhaps they lacked the means or the specific resonance signature required. Or perhaps they were waiting for someone like Lily. My mind raced, Lily's pure inherent resonance. The locket attuned to her, connected to the nexus anchors, amplified by the conduit stone, and now the chrono key. These were the instruments, the question was the conductor. Could I, a mere mortal, channel enough focused intent, enough pure harmonious resonance to perform such a monumental task? The chrono key pulsed, almost reassuringly, as if prompting me. The key was not just information, it was also a conduit for that specific temporal resonance, a tool for manipulating it. The lullaby of wholeness wasn't just a concept, it was a frequency, a pattern of temporal energy that could be generated. But the planetary corruption, that was a deeper, more pervasive threat. The chrono key showed flashes of another artifact, a forgotten Skywalker device known as the Terra Harmonizer. It was described as a massive, immobile relic buried deep within the Earth, designed to regulate and amplify the planet's own resonant core, to act as a guardian of its inner harmony. It was likely located near one of the primary ley lines, an ancient nexus point. If it was corrupted, or even dormant, it would explain the subtle weakening of Earth's defenses. Finding and reactivating the Terra Harmonizer would be the first step. It would staunch the slow poisoning of the planet's core resonance, removing the primary lure for the Shade Eater. Only then could I even attempt the grand, impossible task of healing the Shade Eater itself. The chrono key had given me purpose, a roadmap for the seemingly impossible. But the task was immense, demanding not just courage and strength, but a profound understanding of universal harmony, a wisdom I felt entirely unqualified to possess. Yet I had no choice. I carefully secured the chrono key, placing it alongside the conduit stone in my locket. They felt heavy, potent instruments of a cosmic symphony. I exited the echoing grove, the shimmering waterfalls sealing the secrets behind me. The Blackwood felt different now, no longer just a place of ancient magic, but a living entity, its very core crying out for healing. The journey back was a blur of newfound determination. I reached my car as dawn broke, casting long shadows. My body was weary, but my mind was alight with a burning urgency. I had to learn more about the Terra Harmonizer, its location, its function. I had to continue Lily's subtle education, preparing her without frightening her for a destiny that now seemed intertwined with the fate of the planet itself. Back in Havenwood, the mundane world seemed distant, irrelevant. Lily was still asleep when I arrived home. I watched her small, peaceful face, the locket a tiny bump beneath her shirt. She was the anchor, the hope, the pure resonance that held everything together. My first task was to delve deeper into the Skywalker's archives, to find any mention of the Terra Harmonizer's location, its operating principles, and how to access it. The chrono key had shown me its existence and purpose, but not its coordinates. That, I knew, would be another puzzle to solve, another test of my burgeoning guardianship. Days turned into weeks, consumed by intense research. I meticulously cross-referenced every scrap of Skywalker information, every cryptic symbol, every metaphor, searching for clues. The Terra Harmonizer, being an immobile, colossal relic, was not something easily moved or hidden. Its location would be a place of profound geological and energetic significance. My research led me to focus on a particular region, far to the north of Havenwood, deep within the forested mountains known locally as the Grey Peaks. The Skywalker's text hinted at a place where the mountain breathes fire and the Earth's heart beats loud. Initially, I dismissed this as poetic language referring to volcanic activity, but as I delved deeper into the esoteric texts, I realized it was a more profound reference to telluric currents, the powerful electromagnetic energies that flowed through the Earth's crust. The Grey Peaks were known for their unique geological formations, massive basalt columns rising like giant staircases and ancient caves rumored to stretch for miles. It was a rugged, desolate region, rarely visited by tourists or even seasoned hikers, perfect for concealing a planetary-scale artifact. The chrono key, when consulted, confirmed my suspicions, resonating faintly with the energy signature of the Terra Harmonizer within that region. It was there, deep within the Grey Peaks, buried beneath layers of rock and time, its presence a faint, rhythmic pulse on the instrument's starlight surface. But the chrono key also showed me glimpses of a profound discord emanating from the Terra Harmonizer. It wasn't merely dormant. It was actively corrupted, its purpose inverted, siphoning the planet's harmonious energy and subtly feeding it into the very discordant frequencies that attracted the Shade Eater. This was a direct, internal sabotage of Earth's defenses, a slow-acting poison from within. The Skywalker's lore on the Terra Harmonizer was sparse, indicating it was the most complex and sensitive of their devices, a direct interface with the planet's lifeblood. Its reactivation would not be a simple attunement with the locket. It would require a profound channeling of harmonious resonance, a direct connection to the Earth's core, and a deep understanding of its resonant frequencies. It demanded a conductor of immense purity, someone capable of singing the Earth's true song. Lily? The thought hit me with the force of a physical blow. It had to be Lily. Her unique, uncorrupted resonance, her bright, happy light, was the only force pure enough to cleanse and reactivate such a vital, ancient artifact. My role would be to guide her, to protect her, to amplify her resonance, but she would be the true conductor, the ultimate guardian. The realization brought a fresh wave of fear and resolve. I had vowed to protect her, and now I was contemplating bringing her to the heart of a cosmic battle, asking her to mend the very heart of the Earth. It was an unbearable burden to place on a child, no matter how special. But there was no other way. The Shade Eater's growing influence, its relentless probing, was a constant reminder of the stakes. If the Terra Harmonizer remained corrupted, Earth would become increasingly vulnerable, a beacon for discord, and Lily, with her inherent power, would always be the ultimate target. To protect her, I had to empower her. I began to shift Lily's stories. Instead of just talking about general harmony, I spoke of the Earth itself as a living being with a heart that beat with a beautiful song. I described how sometimes that song could get a little muffled or sad, and it needed someone special, someone with a pure heart to help it sing brightly again. Lily, as always, absorbed it all with a child's open wonder. "Can I help the Earth sing, Dad?" she asked one evening, holding her locket. "You can, Lilybug," I said, my voice thick with emotion. "You can, you have the brightest song of all." I made the difficult decision to involve Mrs. Henderson subtly. I told her I would be taking Lily on a special camping trip to the Grey Peaks, an adventure to see some unique rock formations I was researching for a design project. I left her a detailed itinerary, emergency contacts, and most importantly, a code word if I didn't check in by a specific time. She was a woman of quiet strength, and I trusted her to know when to act, even if she wouldn't understand the full scope of the emergency. The day came for our departure. I packed my survival gear, all the Skywalker artifacts, the locket Lily already wore hers, the conduit stone, the chrono key, and enough food and supplies for an extended stay. Lily, excited for the adventure, packed her favorite teddy bear and her sketch pad. Are we going to find ancient treasures, Dad? She asked, bouncing in her seat as we drove north. Something even better, Lilybug, I replied, forcing a smile. We're going to help the Earth. The drive to the Gray Peaks was long and arduous, the paved roads eventually giving way to gravel, then to rough, overgrown logging trails. The scenery grew wilder, more imposing. Towering, jagged peaks scraped the sky, their flanks covered in dense, ancient forest. The air grew colder, thinner, carrying the scent of pine and stone. As we neared the designated area, the chrono key began to pulse more rapidly, its starlight shifting to an ominous, flickering crimson. The subtle discord I had sensed earlier was becoming stronger, a pervasive sense of unease that settled heavily in the air. Even Lily, usually impervious to such things, grew quieter, her hand instinctively going to her locket. It feels grumpy here, Dad, she mumbled, looking out the window at the towering, dark basalt columns. The Earth's song is a little sad here, sweetie, I explained, trying to keep my voice calm, but we're going to help it sing happy again. We eventually reached the trailhead for what I believed was the entrance to the Terra Harmonizer's chamber. It was a narrow, winding path that snaked through a labyrinth of enormous basalt pillars some hundreds of feet tall. It felt like walking through the bones of a sleeping giant. The silence was profound, broken only by the crunch of our boots and the distant cry of an unseen hawk. The discord intensified with every step. My head began to throb, and a familiar, faint metallic tang reached my nostrils, the ghost of the Shade Eater's presence, though it was not directly here. The Terra Harmonizer's corruption was creating the perfect resonant condition for its return. After hours of arduous climbing, we reached a hidden grotto nestled deep within the basalt maze. The air shimmered with an unsettling greenish-gray haze, and a low, guttural hum vibrated through the very rock beneath our feet. This was it. In the center of the grotto, concealed behind a waterfall of shimmering, iridescent liquid that flowed from a crack in the rock, was a vast, ancient cavern entrance. The liquid was not water. It was pure, raw telluric energy flowing outward but tainted, pulsing with a dull, sickly green. Wow, Lily breathed, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and apprehension. What's that, Dad? That's the Earth's heart, Lilybug, I said, my voice barely a whisper, but it's hurting. I pulled out my own locket, holding it tightly. I placed the conduit stone and chrono key in my backpack, securing them. This was Lily's moment. We need to go in there, Lily, I explained, kneeling down to her level. But it's going to feel strange, a little scary maybe, but your locket and your own bright light, they'll make it safe. You just need to focus all your happy thoughts, all your love on helping the Earth's heart sing again. Can you do that? She looked at the shimmering, green-tinged waterfall, then at me, her small face serious. She nodded, a fierce determination in her eyes. I can, Dad. Taking her hand, I pushed through the shimmering, corrupted energy flow. It felt cold, almost liquid, seeping into my bones, filling my mind with a faint, insistent whisper of doubt and weariness. But Lily, holding my hand tightly, seemed less affected, her small form radiating a quiet, focused energy. We stepped into the cavern. It was immense, a natural cathedral carved by eons of geological activity but transformed by something unnatural. The walls gleamed with deposits of strange, luminous minerals, pulsating with the same sickly green light as the energy flow outside. The air was thick, heavy, vibrating with the discordant hum. And in the very center, dominating the cavern, was the Terra Harmonizer. It was colossal, a crystalline monolith, easily 50 feet tall, embedded deep into the cavern floor, its upper reaches disappearing into the shadowed ceiling. It wasn't made of mere stone. It was a structure of pure, solidified energy, shimmering with an internal, pulsating green light that seemed to drain all warmth and vitality from the air. Ancient Skywalker symbols, far more complex and intricate than any I had seen, were etched into its surface, glowing with the same corrupted emerald fire. The Terra Harmonizer thrummed with a low, oppressive drone, a discordant note in the Earth's ancient song. It was not just dormant, it was inverted, twisted, a conduit of discord, the silent internal weapon the Shade Eater exploited. This is it, Lily, I whispered, my voice hoarse. This is where we help the Earth. I led her towards the base of the immense monolith. With every step, the discordant hum intensified, pressing against my mind, making my vision swim. But Lily remained steadfast, her small hand clutching mine, her locket a faint, steady light against her chest. As we reached the base, the raw power of the corrupted Terra Harmonizer washed over us. The green light pulsed, accelerated, as if sensing our presence, our intent. The ground vibrated violently. The whispers started not in my mind this time, but seemingly emanating from the very monolith, a cacophony of ancient sorrows, amplified, distorted. Turn back, foolish mortals, the Earth is ours, its heart beats with our rhythm. You cannot mend what is broken by design, the girl's purity will be consumed. Her song will feed the great sleeper. I staggered, falling to one knee, trying to shield Lily with my body. The psychic assault was immense, far more focused and ancient than any I had faced before. It was tapping into the Earth's own deep-seated anxieties, its ancient pain, twisting it against us. Dad, Lily cried, her voice strained but not panicked. Her small hands went to her locket, pressing it tightly. I looked at her, her face pale but resolute. Focus, Lilybug, I urged, fighting the crushing weight of the discord. Think of all the happy lights, all the warm feelings, sing your song for the Earth. She closed her eyes, her brow furrowed in concentration. The locket against her chest began to glow, not with a faint light, but with an intense, vibrant golden radiance pushing back against the sickly green. Her small form, radiating pure, uncorrupted resonance, felt like a beacon against the overwhelming darkness. I placed my hand on her shoulder, pouring my own strength, my love, my fierce protective intent into her, amplifying her nascent power. I was her amplifier, her shield, her unwavering support. Lily pressed her other hand against the cold, green glowing surface of the monolith. A pure, clear tone, not from her vocal cords, but from her very essence, began to emanate from her. It was the lullaby of wholeness, the true song of the Earth, channeled through her, amplified by the locket. The cavern erupted, the Terra Harmonizer shrieked, a sound of pure agony and rage as Lily's harmonious resonance met its corrupted core. The emerald fire pulsed violently, fighting back, trying to overwhelm her. The whispers intensified into guttural roars, tearing at my mind, trying to shatter my focus to make me pull Lily away. But I held fast, gritting my teeth, pouring every ounce of my being into channeling my support for Lily. My locket blazed, its golden light enveloping both of us, forming a protective cocoon against the raw, chaotic energy. Lily, eyes still closed, held firm. Her song, pure and unwavering, resonated deeply with the colossal monolith. The golden light flared, impossibly bright, pushing back the sickening green, consuming it, absorbing it, cleansing it. Cracks began to spiderweb across the surface of the Terra Harmonizer, not cracks of destruction, but of transformation. The emerald fire within flickered, struggled, and then, with a final, shuddering groan that reverberated through the entire mountain, it died. A wave of pure, intense golden light exploded from the monolith, washing over the entire cavern, pushing back the shadows, cleansing the air, silencing the discordant hum. It wasn't the searing, destructive light of the entity, but a pure, harmonious radiance, a light of restoration and peace. The entire Terra Harmonizer, from base to peak, glowed with an incredible, steady golden light, pulsating with a gentle, rhythmic hum. It was no longer a sinister conduit of discord, but a beacon of pure resonance, vibrating with the Earth's true, healthy song. The telluric energy flowing from the crack in the rock outside the cavern shimmered, no longer green, but a vibrant, pure golden white flowing outward, healing the land. Lily swayed, her song fading, her small body trembling with exhaustion. I caught her, holding her tightly as she leaned into me, utterly spent. Her locket, still glowing faintly, was now cool to the touch. The oppressive pressure in the cavern dissipated completely, replaced by a profound, almost dizzying sense of relief and revitalized peace. The Earth itself seemed to sigh, a deep, resonant exhalation of ancient pain released. We had done it, Lily had done it. She had cleansed and reactivated the Terra Harmonizer, healing the Earth's core resonance, removing the primary lure for the Shade Eater. The planet was now singing its true song again, its internal defenses strong and clear. I collapsed to my knees, Lily cradled in my arms, my own body trembling uncontrollably. The magnitude of what she had accomplished, of what we had accomplished, washed over me. The chrono key, forgotten in my backpack, resonated with a pure, steady hum, confirming the profound shift in the planet's temporal and energetic signature. We lay there for a long time, simply breathing, letting the warmth of the golden light and the healing energy of the revitalized Earth seep into our weary bones. The cavern, once a place of oppressive discord, was now a sanctuary of profound peace. Finally, with immense effort, I pushed myself up, Lily still in my arms. She was stirring, blinking sleepily. "We did it, Dad," she mumbled, her voice faint but filled with a quiet triumph. "The Earth feels happy again." "It does, Lilybug," I whispered, pressing a kiss to her hair. "You made it happy again, you saved it." We made our way out of the cavern, the immense golden light of the revitalized Terra Harmonizer casting long, shifting shadows behind us. The telluric energy flow at the entrance, once sickly green, now pulsed with a pure, brilliant golden white, warm and inviting. Passing through it, I felt a surge of vitality, a deep sense of calm washing over my weary body and mind. The air in the grotto, previously heavy with discord, felt fresh and alive, vibrant with the renewed song of the Earth. Lily, cradled securely in my arms, was already drifting back to sleep, her head resting against my shoulder. Her quiet breathing was the only sound, a gentle counterpoint to the powerful, harmonious thrum of the mountain around us. She had exerted herself more profoundly than I could have imagined, yet her resilience was astounding. The journey back through the labyrinthine basalt columns felt entirely different. The oppressive silence was gone, replaced by the subtle whispers of wind through ancient stone, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of an eagle, the true unburdened voice of the Blackwood. The gray peaks, no longer grim and foreboding, seemed to stand as silent, benevolent guardians, resonating with the earth's healed heart. By the time we reached our camp, the first stars were beginning to prick the darkening sky. I gently laid Lily in her sleeping bag, tucking her in. She murmured softly in her sleep, a faint smile on her lips, her locket glowing with a soft, persistent warmth. I sat by the small fire, the conduit stone, the chrono key, and my own locket laid out before me. The silence of the night was profound, but my mind was anything but quiet. The Terra Harmonizer was healed. The earth was no longer a beacon for discord, but the Shade Eater itself remained, still fractured, still hungry, somewhere in the vastness beyond our dimension. The final act of this cosmic drama still awaited. The chrono key pulsed, resonating with the memory of the lullaby of wholeness. It was a specific harmonic frequency, a pattern of temporal energy that needed to be broadcast across dimensions, a precise vibration that would resonate with the fractured essence of the Shade Eater, compelling it towards reintegration. But how could I, a single man, even with these incredible tools, project such a powerful, precise frequency across dimensional boundaries? The Skywalker's lore had hinted at the necessity of collective resonance for such a feat, a pooling of focused intent guided by a pure conduit. I looked at Lily sleeping peacefully. She was the pure conduit, her resonance had just cleansed a planetary artifact, but asking her to be the focal point for an interdimensional healing beam felt like a monumental, almost terrifying request. She was a child. Then a new wave of understanding flowed from the chrono key, amplified by the conduit stone. The Skywalkers had built another, lesser-known network, not of defense grids, but of resonance beacons. These were smaller, localized energy points, often built into specific natural nexuses, designed to collect and focus ambient harmonious energy, like cosmic antennae. They weren't as powerful as the Gate or the Terra Harmonizer, but they were specifically designed for interdimensional communication and, if properly attuned, transmission. The key to the lullaby of wholeness wasn't just generating the frequency, it was broadcasting it from a sufficiently powerful point. The Skywalkers, in their wisdom, hadn't intended for one individual to bear the entire burden. They had built a system, a network. The mental map on the conduit stone, now much clearer and vibrant after the Terra Harmonizer's activation, showed faint, shimmering points I hadn't noticed before, smaller than the bleed-throughs but distinct. These were the resonance beacons. Most were deep within the Blackwood near the gate, but one surprisingly was located very close to Havenwood itself, on a quiet hill overlooking the town, a place Lily and I often visited for picnics. It was a place of gentle, natural harmony, a perfect gathering point for ambient positive resonance. This was the answer, not a single point of transmission, but a network, culminating in a focused broadcast from a known, accessible beacon. My task wasn't to generate the lullaby alone, but to activate the network and channel through it, using Lily as the ultimate pure conduit. The next morning, after a much-needed rest, we began our descent. Lily was her cheerful self again, full of questions about the singing mountain and its happy heart. I explained that the earth was now feeling much better, thanks to her, and that sometimes, when things were better, you could share that goodness with others, even far, far away. The drive back to Havenwood was filled with a quiet sense of anticipation. I knew what had to be done. It was time for the final, most audacious act of healing. Back home, I spent the day doing normal things with Lily, but my mind was constantly planning. I needed to activate the resonance beacons to prepare the network. The chrono key revealed that activating them required a surge of localized harmonious energy, a gentle attunement, easily done with my locket and the conduit stone. It was a more meditative, less physically demanding process than sealing bleed-throughs or reactivating the Terra Harmonizer. Over the next few nights, under the cloak of darkness, I quietly visited the identified resonance beacons. Each was a small, unassuming natural feature, a particularly ancient tree, a hidden spring, a smooth, weathered outcrop of rock. As I focused my intent channeling harmonious resonance through my locket and the conduit stone, a faint, almost invisible golden light would shimmer at each point, then vanish, leaving behind a subtle, palpable sense of energetic connection. I felt the network waking, humming softly across the Blackwood. Finally, only the beacon on the hill overlooking Havenwood remained. This one, the chrono key indicated, was the primary transmission point, designed to focus the collected energy of the entire network into a powerful, multidimensional beam. This was where the lullaby of wholeness would be sung, and Lily would be its voice. The day came. It was a Saturday, bright and clear, with a gentle breeze rustling through the leaves. "Lilybug," I said at breakfast, "how about we have a special picnic today, up on the hill where we can see all of Havenwood?" Her eyes lit up. "Can I bring my drawing book and my locket?" "Absolutely," I smiled, my heart heavy with the weight of the moment, yet filled with an undeniable resolve. We packed a simple lunch and walked up the familiar path to the hill. The air felt charged, vibrant with the latent energy of the activated resonance beacons, though Lily seemed to notice it only as a sense of peaceful warmth. We settled down on our usual spot, a smooth, flat rock beneath a sprawling oak tree. This, I knew, was the location of the primary resonance beacon. I set out our lunch, keeping my backpack with the conduit stone and chrono key close by. Lily munched on her sandwich, gazing out at the town spread below. "It looks so happy from up here, Dad," she observed. "It does, sweetie," I agreed, watching her, steeling myself. "And we're going to make sure it stays that way. Remember how we helped the earth sing its happy song again?" She nodded, touching her locket. "Well," I continued, choosing my words carefully, "there's someone else very, very far away who's also a little sad, a little broken, like how the earth felt, but even more so. And they need to hear a very special happy song, a song that tells them they can be whole again. A lullaby of wholeness, if you will." Lily looked at me, her eyes serious, a flicker of that profound understanding I had seen before. "Can my locket help?" "It can, Lilybug," I said, pulling out my own locket, the conduit stone, and the chrono key from my backpack. "It's going to be a little different this time. We're going to need all your happy thoughts, all your love, your brightest, happiest light. We're going to send it out through this spot right here, out to that broken part of the universe." I placed the conduit stone on the ground, then the chrono key beside it, its starlight shimmering gently. I opened my locket and placed it next to them, forming a triangle of cosmic tools. Then I took Lily's hand, placing her small hand on the central point of the chrono key, her locket resting against it. "Close your eyes, sweetie," I instructed, my voice soft but firm. "Think of all the happiness in the world. Think of our home, of your friends, of the forest, of the earth singing its true song. Think of all the goodness you can feel, and let it flow like a warm, golden light from your heart, through your locket, into this key, and out to that sad, broken part of the universe." Lily closed her eyes, her brow furrowing in concentration. Her locket, pressed against the chrono key, began to glow with an intense, vibrant golden light, a pure, unblemished radiance. The chrono key, in turn, pulsed in harmony, its starlight shifting to a profound, deep indigo, then releasing bursts of shimmering silver, amplifying her resonance. The conduit stone vibrated, drawing in the ambient, harmonious energy from the activated network of resonance beacons, focusing it, funneling it towards the chrono key. The oak tree above us, the ancient beacon, hummed with a deep, resonant energy, its leaves shimmering with a subtle golden glow. I placed my free hand on Lily's shoulder, pouring my own focused intent, my love, my hope, my unshakable belief, into her, acting as her amplifier, her shield, her protector. My own locket blazed, its golden light enveloping us both, creating a cocoon of pure, harmonious energy around the entire transmission point. Lily began to hum, a soft, clear, wordless melody that rose from her very core. It was the lullaby of wholeness, the pure harmonic frequency generated by her uncorrupted resonance, amplified by the Skywalker tools and focused by the network of resonance beacons. The air above the hill began to shimmer, not with the sickening green of the shade eater, but with a vibrant, multi-hued light swirling like a gentle galaxy. It was the projection, the interdimensional broadcast of Lily's pure song reaching out across the void. For a long moment, the entire world seemed to hold its breath. The silence was absolute, broken only by Lily's unwavering hum and the gentle thrum of the cosmic tools. The golden light intensified, becoming blinding, pouring outward from the hill, a silent sun radiating pure healing. Then a profound, almost imperceptible shift occurred. It wasn't an explosion or a violent clash. It was a subtle rearrangement of reality, a deep sigh from the cosmos. The multi-hued light above the hill pulsed one last time, brilliantly, then dissolved, leaving behind a sky of pristine, brilliant blue. Lily's hum faded, her small body swaying slightly. I caught her, pulling her close as she leaned against me, utterly drained. The Skywalker tools lay inert, their light extinguished, their task complete. "Did it work, Dad?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. I looked out at the peaceful town, at the vibrant Blackwood, at the clear, boundless sky. A profound sense of relief and almost overwhelming peace washed over me. The oppressive pressure, the faint, lurking awareness of the shade eater, the gnawing anxiety, all of it was gone. Not merely pushed back, but vanished. "It worked, Lilybug," I whispered, tears pricking my eyes. "It worked, you healed it, you made it whole again." The shade eater was no more, not destroyed, not vanquished, but mended. Its fractured essence, touched by Lily's pure lullaby of wholeness, had finally found its way back to its original state of undirected potentiality. It was no longer a parasitic hunger, but a cosmic force returned to balance. The source of entropy was healed, the threat was neutralized. We sat there for a long time, simply holding each other, letting the warmth of the sun and the newfound serenity of the world seep into our very beings. The hill, once merely a scenic viewpoint, now resonated with a deep, quiet power, a testament to the cosmic healing that had just transpired. Eventually, Lily stirred, looking up at me, a soft, contented smile on her face. "I'm hungry now, Dad." I laughed, a joyous, free sound, and hugged her tightly. "Me too, Bug, me too." We packed up our picnic, the Skywalker tools carefully returned to my backpack, now relics of a battle won rather than instruments of ongoing war. My role as a guardian was not over, perhaps, but it had fundamentally shifted. The The Skywalker's legacy lived on not as a desperate defense against an eternal enemy, but as a living testament to the power of harmony, of healing, of love. The walk home was light, filled with Lily's chatter about her drawings, about what she wanted for dinner. The mundane had returned, vibrant and real, unburdened by cosmic dread. That night, as I tucked Lily into bed, her locket a familiar, comforting weight beneath her shirt, she opened her eyes. "Dad," she whispered, "I think I heard something in my dream, a very, very quiet hum, like it was finally going to sleep." My heart swelled. "That's right, sweetie," I murmured, pressing a kiss to her forehead. "It's finally going to sleep, a long, peaceful sleep." I knew that the universe was vast, filled with countless wonders and unknown challenges. Other threats might emerge, other imbalances might need correcting. But the ultimate threat to Earth, the ancient hunger that sought to consume its vibrant resonance, was gone. And I had a partner, a daughter, whose pure heart and radiant spirit were the ultimate safeguard. My purpose had evolved. It was no longer just about protection, but about nurturing that pure resonance, helping Lily understand her inherent connection to the harmony of all things, guiding her to be a beacon of light in a world that would always need it. She was the future, the promise of a universe that could heal, that could grow, that could sing its true song. The Skywalkers had taught me that balance was not a static state, but an eternal dance. And now, thanks to Lily, Earth was dancing in harmony once more. The Blackwood hummed with life, Havenwood slept in peace, and a father and daughter, bound by an extraordinary journey, were finally truly home, ready for whatever gentle melodies the future held.